do do. Do do do. What up, what up, what up? Hello. How are you guys doing? How is your post Super Bowl Super Bowl hangover? Oh. Shoot. Can't get my mic in. Hold on, hold on. There we go. What up, dudes? How's it going? Dude, I know the sexy Squidward photo is so good, right? I had to make sure I used it today. Drink responsibly made that. Ugh. I can't scoot forward. Everything is falling apart. What up, dudes? How's it going? Dude, Savannah Guthrie gave us a new video. Guess what? We get to watch it. Isn't that incredible? How's your day? Hope it was good. Even though it was a freaking Monday. Yeah, we got a free Nancy. Chinese food was legit. It was sick. It was dope. Slam 2 brisk iced teas as well. Love that. And then I went to the grocery store and I got stuff to make stir fry tonight. I took H's advice. So I'm gonna make that tonight after stream. Yeah, dude, smizing on some blue steel shit. Some Derek Zoolander shit. Alright, I'm gonna go feed the cats real quick. We'll get going. Here, wait, I had a jump scare picture that was funnier. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, look at this. This honestly says it all. Savannah Guthrie. This is Savannah Guthrie's latest video. She got all freaking dolled up for this one. Hell yeah. Looking good, Savannah. Honestly, though, you should get more of a smoky eye. You should consult Erica, the queen of this. The queen of lying in our faces and playing in our faces. Yeah, dude, I got freaking dope-ass stir-fry. I got a stir-fry flight of vegetables. I got some freaking extra firm tofu to fry up. It's gonna be sick. All right, going to feed the cats. Here we go. Buckle in. Do do do. Okay. Have fun. BRB in a sec. Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma Max to solve. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Snake eats his tail. Rats in the house. Federal Bureau of Insta-Cucks instigating us to fight. But we caught on now, boys, and guess what? We gon' be alright. Once Paul comes on stream and whistle blows away the night. Time to tattletale on all these Rothschild bitches. They ain't got no right to be playing sides while peddling lies with their covered eyes, trying to terrorize. Bunch of fake ass false flag fallacies, like that bombing in OKC, like that shooting at Pulse, baby, like that siege at Waco, please, like them bombing the Boston streets, like them towers in NYC. Like I bet the crucifixion of Jesus was fucking a false flag at this point, right? Did he just get kirked? Was he a dick like Charlie Kirk? Just playing. We're tweeting and twitting, banging away on our no-scope 360s. Like Tyler Robinson. Hey, Paul, where'd he go? He's gone like Paul Weisopel. He's not available, but pick up chump and give me a call. We're just laughing at you and laughing at you. No more tears for this shit, laughing at you. We don't have any more tears for this shit. We just be laughing at you. How many cats you got, Paul? If it's less than 3, then you a bitch. You know cat having ass loser. We know you ain't Curtis Lewa rich.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Trauma Max is all the trauma locked it up. They all the worship all out because of all we gon' be alright back. I don't even really wanna fight back. Can't we get along? Put the pause, the little kids for the fake confession. Rocks in your pussies, not 10 meg, but no, there's no way that's true. You and me and our food might make me puke, but we gon' be alright, dude. Paul is in our scope, the 60s, I love Uncle Milk Creek, boy, that's with me, yeah. Play that with me, can't do a film, make that was the best guy until I spot like OKC when it's drop.
Who the fuck is Mike? Just another rat. Theodore's a cuck, both can suck my ass. I'm McVeigh with a pressure cooker. Press the FBI, made Aunt Deb their pusher. Paul's the good neighbor, she made him beg for sugar. Never paid for crime, least he pays for hookers. McVeigh's alive, hiding in caves with Elvis. Kathy was who he was raising hell with. Meet the mall walkers, one of them's a revenge killer. Died before I meet the parents, guess I never been still. Attacks my corpse, River Styx accepts crypto. Back for war, stop that shit, Pepto-Bismol. Paul's the new Jesus, we're hoping you were honest. I'm Tim's brother, Tommy McVeigh, bombing away. Ironic, he hid the explosives in the closet when every agency with 3 letters is honestly gay. Paul, release the data, or we'll come work every job in Mesquite, Nevada. Black cat crossing underneath the ladder. Late American terrorists with a leaking bladder. I'll piss on your wall for fries and have an awesome time matters. Bombing was outshined by Columbine. Listen, no indication about you, but still dumb. How are you aiming for feds, but still killed none? Slackjaw Timmy did it all for bragging rights, but still no kid died in OKC. And the adults were probably all sacrificed. I was hungry for the truth. Heard one speech by Kathy Sanders and lost my appetite. Paul, what you gonna do when you dig up the empty graves? Dance for us, Paul. Grace the empty stage. Father time coming. The old guy about to die in his bed. Kathy's grandkids never die. I bet they both got hired as feds. Half-circus chance everywhere we look. Admire the head. I swear sometimes I feel so tired I'm dead.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Paul.
Our cities that we occupy, the ruins of a past people that they are hastily destroying in real time. Everywhere I go, the destruction of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical, and even that seems silly to me. Why historical? I mean, it's only 100 or 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off. Just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow pops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
Hello. Can you hear me? What up? I'm recursive cat dad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to fuck shit up. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. Frick! And our Uncle Paul, the domestic terrorist, and Aunt Deb, the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory.
The great fire of every city.
Yeah, always talking about the Nancys may have manifested this. I'm here for Nance.
The great fire of every city. Still was not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The church has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't know what they got. We just want what they took. My war paint is lead-based till it's in your face like a head case. You'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail. Snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks. We just want what they took. Down!
Italian dressing? Okay, I'll try that. What up, boys? How's everyone doing? You ready to save Savannah Guthrie? I mean Nancy. Well, no one can save Savannah Guthrie. Someone's got to save her soul, and it's only her who can do it. Oh, wait, Max sent a new verse, a clean verse for who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? Fuck yeah. Yeah, sorry boys. I owe both of you listening to some shit. I've been in a vegetative state too a little bit. But it's okay. I'll get to it soon, promise. Not really, but you know what I mean. Just been so distracted by Nancy Guthrie. I know, dude. FEMA condoms, a new song. Oh my god, I need to buckle in. Okay, tomorrow is one of my days off, so I'll buckle in hard tomorrow. I got so much homework to catch up. We can't rush greatness. Alright, what's this?
Oh, they are out. Maybe I'm not really. In connection to my previous videos, for those of you who are still skeptical of Epstein being a reptilian or a lizard, please consider this email. Now, this email was sent to Jeffrey Epstein, and look what this person says. She had a biopsy, seems, and ultrasound and surveillance CT yesterday. But no, she says this: I'm a Highlander or a lizard. I've seen the ovaries and the tumors in jars and also the videos from surgery, so I know they are out. Maybe I'm not really human. I mean, the video doesn't make it clear that Epstein...
A Highlander like Scottish? I'm a Highlander or I'm a lizard? Yeah, we'll all get around to it eventually. Hell yeah, boys.
...is a lizard, but the person that is messaging him seems to be considering that they are a lizard, or at least talking in code, joking about it, or maybe not. In connection to my previous videos, for those of you...
Lizards. Dude, do the lizards walk amongst us? Possibly. I didn't watch this, I just saw that it was on topic, and I said we should watch it on stream.
In these emails, he discusses giving people supernatural abilities through psychological stress, cloning people, and even designer babies, whatever that's supposed to mean. Let's start at the bottom here. This person named Gino Yu emails Epstein. He says, I'm in Paris and was about to write you and it popped up. She's a classic stage 3 in the model. Outlier who is intelligent, was traumatized when she was young, SA, and now gradually coming into her own and becoming self-realized. Starting to develop special abilities. This trip, we found a lot more stories like this, though she is more on the extreme side given her biographical history. Epstein responds asking what prompted his email. Then this guy goes on to say the caravan trip has been really wonderful in meeting people that are stage 3. These are people who are developing a different perspective of reality and discovering the gifts they have. He goes on to say, I understand that you were not happy with the results of the Cuba conference that you funded, but I feel like the work is very important toward helping people identify and recognize the gifts that they have, which may not be accepted or well understood by society today. He concludes saying new models are also possible, such as the alternative paradigms group are finding their way, new forms of knowing without knowing how one knows. And in this one, somebody named Brian Bishop emailed Epstein saying attached is the document you requested. It's the use of fun spreadsheet for the designer baby and human cloning company. This gets us out of the self-funded garage biology phase and the first live birth of a human designer baby and possibility of a human clone within 5 years.
Dang, Juanita, that sounds good. Bro, there are human clones. Tyler Hansen.
I pulled these emails directly from the
currently. A Highlander is an immortal person who can only be killed by beheading. Oh, like the actual, like the TV show Highlanders? Oh. The whole premise revolves around immortals fighting each other across centuries under the rule there can only be one. I'll behead a Highlander with a spatula. Wait, Sherlock's TikTok got banned? Did I miss that? Where did Sherlock say that? Where'd you see that? Oh, there's Sherlock. Sherlock, did your TikTok get banned? Tyler would rebuke Jeffrey Epstein's emails as false for sure. He's like, no, they're not real. They're not real.
DOJ's website, they are 100% legitimate. This kind of reminds me of government projects like MK Ultra, for example, but they're not the exact same. However, the framework is kind of similar. Trauma, altered states of consciousness, reframing somebody's identity, and pushing the limits of what we think is possible. The Epstein files just
What did it get banned for? What happened?
keep getting stranger. In these emails, he discusses giving people supernatural abilities through psychological stress, cloning people, and even designer babies, whatever that's supposed to mean. Let's start at the bottom here. This person named...
Anyway, yeah. Oh, yeah, let's do some Becca shit.
Behind on things I wanted to get posted today. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so far behind on things I wanted to get posted today, friends. But there are people, the right people, who are starting to pay attention.
Yeah, fucking free Sherlock, bro. TikTok don't like me. I make a lot of Zio Nancy videos. Plus, I totally solved the real Idaho 4 crime timeline. Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster, bro. I basically don't, like, barely post on TikTok anymore because every video at this point is like... pretty soon they're going to be like, comedies literally... Joking around about anything is literally illegal. They're going to get Elon. Comedy is illegal. Satire, illegal. Goofball, illegal. Yeah, but sounds about right. That sucks, dude. Free Sherlock. Wait, they banned you on YouTube too? Wait, they don't like it, lol. YouTube also removed 4 videos same day. But they didn't ban your YouTube. They just took those videos down. Yeah, don't laugh. Entertainment illegal.
Attention to Amanda's story, and I've been on the phone like all day, which is ultimately a very positive thing, but I am a little bit behind on my posts, so I appreciate your guys' patience. Okay, there's a lot of things I want to get to pertaining to the emails, specifically surrounding like Leon Black and stuff like that, but I wanted to talk about this photograph really quick. We've seen this photo, came out during like the first file drop, right? This is Jeffrey at Mar-a-Lago with an unknown girl, and there's another version of this photo where there's like 2 or 3 other men in the photo that are like blurred out. There have been a lot of people who have speculated that the woman in this photo who's like being sold on like a mock check that's signed with like Donald Trump's name is Melania, but I do not think it is Melania. We remember how Donald Trump and Jeffrey had a shared girlfriend named Selena, who is a Norwegian cosmetic heiress, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's right. Selena Middlefart? I didn't realize that she dated Trump. Oh my God.
Again, she dated Jeffrey for a little while, and then Jeffrey gave her to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump was with her until he met Melania. In fact, Donald Trump and Selena were out on a date at the Kit Kat Club the night that Paolo Zampoli introduced Melania to Donald Trump. I don't just think that this is the
Her name is Middlefart. How hilarious.
Girlfriend, because like Jeffrey's doing this whole thing of like selling her to Donald Trump. Take a good look at this photo, okay? We have this girl who is next to Jeffrey. Her hair's like a dirty blonde or a light brown. It's very thick. Now, also keep in mind the handbag that this girl has in her hand. Notice the handbag, notice the hair length, okay? The pictures probably weren't taken on the same day. Maybe they were, but this is a photo that was taken of Selena and Jeffrey at Mar-a-Lago while they were dating. You look at the handbag and the hair length and like knowing that they were at Mar-a-Lago, knowing the multiple references that Jeffrey's made to the shared girlfriend that he had with Donald, I believe that the girl in that photo with the check is Selena. Just to avoid any confusion, this is not the same Selena as Eva Dubin and Glenn Dubin's daughter. This is a different Selena. Her last name is like a very Norwegian name, Idolfart. Yeah, I'm almost positive that is who is in this photo. I don't think it's Melania like it's been speculated in the past. Okay, I'll be back with more. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so far behind.
No, that shit is middle fart, dude, not midle fart. It's selfish to think this, but I hope you don't get huge numbers. They definitely censor the fuck out of Cat Dadistan. Yeah, dude. Dude, the chat going much faster than it already does puts me into a panic state.
I wanted to get posted today, friends, but there are people, the right people, who are starting to pay attention to Amanda's story, and I've been on the phone.
I couldn't find sesame seeds when I was at the store. I mean, I'm sure I could have. I just gave up eventually. I was just like, I got plenty of shit here.
Uh-oh.
But that was my one regret that I didn't get from the store.
Photo of Donald Trump coming into you hot from the...
I was looking at getting chili crunch shit because that looked good. It was in the chili aisle. But it was like $12 fucking for like a little thing. I was like, I don't care that much about trying it. I have sriracha. I'll just put that in there.
Files. I'm just kidding. On a serious note, this photo right here. Yeah, I don't know who's in this photo, but I will say my Google history is filled with me just asking Google to show me a picture of Peter Thiel's calf. Peter Thiel in shorts. It's Peter Thiel on the beach. Anything. It's shameful. I'm disgusted with myself. I need to go back and delete my search history. Does this not look like Peter Thiel? Like the hairline?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dude, I literally thought this was Hitler for a second. I thought she got the memo. I thought that was fucking Hitler for a second here. Tell me that ain't Hitler, dog.
It looks like Peter Thiel to me. And I've been trying to find...
And who's he snuggled up on? Is that Jeffrey?
What his calves look like when he's sitting down. I can't find anything. Also, Michael Wolff is appearing far too often in these photos for my liking. Was Jeffrey at your wedding, Michael Wolff? Like, what is this photo from, Michael Wolff? Is this a victim? Is this a victim of Jeffrey's? Because we're way past the point of journalistic integrity if this is a victim of Jeffrey's behind the redaction. I also found this photo of a woman, Jeffrey, and a very small baby, which has personally left me very unnerved and disturbed. We still need to identify this man right here who is in a photo with a very young girl.
Dude, that hair is hilarious.
While I have y'all here, we were able to positively identify this man. This is Michael Lerner. He was the angry publisher from Elf. He was also in like Blank.
That is where he's from, dude. That is so funny. He's the publisher of The Angry Elf.
Check and a lot of other movies. That's who this man is in the file. And then we were able to find an unredacted version of this actor on this movie set, and it's not Leonardo DiCaprio from Django. I believe people were saying it's a guy from a streaming series called Westworld or something like that. Anyway, that's all for now. I'll be back with more.
Westworld.
Uh-oh. New photo of...
What the fuck is that?
Okay, this email thread where Jeffrey is plotting and planning what to do with a woman who had accused one of his buddies, Leon Black, of R-word.
Andy Biggs was talking at the Clinton House probe today. Oh no, we gotta watch that, don't we? Hold on, let me find it. Thank you, hot tip. I was thinking about Jim today because I'm like waiting for something to ask, you know, I want something new. Oh, wait, dude, I should ask Andy Biggs, I should ask for what Andy Biggs is doing to bring Nancy Guthrie home, because that's Arizona, right? Is that his district? How do we find out? Was Nancy Guthrie taken in Andy Biggs' district? That would be big if true. Wait, what was it? Was it in... What were they talking about today? Oh, Andy Biggs, of course, loves
Joining
ice.
us now is Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs. He's also running for governor in Arizona.
That's right, he's running for governor. Oh my God, can you imagine, dude? He's gonna win. All the pedophiles get to be governor.
See you, sir. So we went through those lists of demands for the audience, including things like banning face masks and requiring a visible ID. Have Republicans put ICE agents at risk by dealing with the DHS funding separately?
I hope not. So here's the way to think of it. You have ICE funding that's continuing because of the big, beautiful bill. Then you have the TSA.
I hate that they, like, unironically call it the big, beautiful bill. That is so funny and weird. They're so weird, dude.
You've got FEMA, you've got Coast Guard. That's really what the Democrats are using as leverage to basically give you de facto elimination.
Dude, he truly looks like a ghoul. Look at him. He's got demon face syndrome. Or he's giving me demon face syndrome. I'm not sure how it works. Trump is obsessed with Hannibal Lecter. Guthrie called Trump out over sex traffickers. Now she's using a script with exact wording from Silence of the Lambs. What the fuck is happening? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize either, kind of, I don't think. Dude, this is so House of Cards. It's like all the pedophiles get to go and be governor and president and like... Dude, even House of Cards, like, do you remember like the weirdest thing in House of Cards? Well, that I can remember, not even weird, was just when they invited the bodyguard into their bed. Dude, can you imagine if they aired on Netflix that Kevin Spacey was like going to little kid parties? Everyone would be like, this is crazy. Netflix is nuts. No, the real world is more insane than premium television. You watched it live through the Times of India YouTube? What's the title of the YouTube channel?
Using as
or the
leverage
YouTube page.
To basically give you de facto elimination of ICE. So ICE is going to keep getting funded. It's these other areas that you need. I mean, think of the snowstorms and think where FEMA has a role. Think of Coast Guard where it has a role. And you say, well, what are you trying to do? Well, they're trying to actually say that you can't, if you have a reasonable suspicion, for instance, that someone's in the country illegally, which the statute specifically says you need to arrest them, they want to say, well, you can't arrest them. So that would make you very different than every other law enforcement who has a reasonable suspicion that you're committing a crime. They would stop you and investigate and arrest you. They don't.
Andy Biggs is a cuck, and he's also a pedophile. Why is this pedophile on TV talking? I don't like it. Not one little bit. Oh, God, jump scare. Sorry.
And to get some assistance in figuring out what to do with this.
Back to Becca.
girl who was causing so much trouble in his life and his friends' lives, he consulted one of Putin's advisors. Said advisor is specifically Sergei Belikov. I'm almost positive that there is an unredacted version of this email that was put in the files before the second drop. But because of past public reporting and other deep dives I've done on Leon Black, as soon as I started reading this email, it was very obvious who Jeffrey's talking to. So Jeffrey reaches out to Putin's advisor, Sergei, and says, "How are you? I need a favor. There's a Russian girl from Moscow, blank. She is attempting to blackmail a group of powerful businessmen in New York. It is bad for business for everyone involved. She arrived in New York Saturday of last week and is staying at the Four Seasons on 57th Street. Suggestions?" Sergei responds and says, "I'm fine. Give me a few days to get information about her." Jeffrey says, "I very much appreciate it. Hope your summer is filled with fun." Sergei then responds and says, "Hi, Jeffrey. Tomorrow I'm meeting with a guy who knows her / about her. You have any details about case you have mentioned, it could help." Jeffrey responds and says, "Sane, powerful men taking advantage of women like her, etc." And Sergei responds, "Got it." Keep in mind, these emails were sent the summer of 2015. This is the Russian model who Jeffrey was trying to figure out what to do with. And he was freaking out because she had specifically made an allegation against his friend Leon Black, who we have done a whole deep dive on. He was accused of R-wording the 16-year-old cheerleader who was scouted from her community cheer practice by a woman for Jeffrey. And she was autistic and had mosaic Down syndrome, and Jeffrey and Ghislaine took a liking to her because she looked like a doll. The woman's name is Giselle Geneva. I apologize if I'm pronouncing her name wrong. She was a Russian woman who was in a long-term relationship, was having an affair because Leon Black is married. This woman became involved with Leon Black and other people within Jeffrey and Leon Black's inner circle beginning as early as 2008. Leon Black basically paid for her schooling, paid for her education.
I think they got in. We'll see.
Until 2015, when Leon Black entered this Russian model's apartment that I assume he paid for, which is why he felt entitled to just enter at will. And at the time, she was very sick, and
Leon Black also looks like Michael Werner. They all look the same.
He came in and had his way with her, despite her saying no and asking him to stop. And this poor woman spent
He said, "Hope your summer is filled with fun."
years in court trying to get justice for what this man did to her, and ultimately the legal system failed her. But Leon Black did admit to having an affair for an extended period of time. And then I'm gonna read you this paragraph from Jeffrey and Putin's advisor, Sergei. 1, the girl arranges this business each summer in the US and other locations. 2, she has colleagues. 3, she has nobody behind her. At least those who know her say she has no patronage. 4, so far she has been engaged in numerous hard stories with no consequences for the other participants. 5, therefore your information surprises. An effort to contact her has been made, but she has not answered. Looks like business problems. That may be a reason for blackmail. 6, deny of the access to the United States would be a great threat to her business. But like, that's what this email correspondence is about. It was Jeffrey trying to figure out what to do with this girl who accused his buddy of R-wording her. And because she is a Russian woman, he went directly to just about as powerful of office as you can get in Russia to try to see what he could find out about her and what could be done. Basically, how they could best make her shut up or disappear without consequences. So that's what this was about. I saw a lot of people stating that they were talking about Ruslana in this situation, and there is a lot of conversations in the files about Ruslana, who we've done a deep dive on, and I plan to follow up and share more. I reposted a video just the other day of someone talking more about it. I do plan to do a follow-up video talking about some of the things Jeffrey and his friends were talking about surrounding Ruslana, because it's very clear they knew who she was very well, and they knew more than what the public knows about what happened to her. But there were a lot of people assuming that they were talking about Ruslana in this situation. Ruslana had already passed away. They are not talking about her. They're talking about the girl who was for a while Leon Black's, I guess you could say, mistress, that he went on to R-word. And it's wild to me that 2 extremely credible cases of R-word have been levied against Leon Black within the last 10 years. 0 accountability. Never gotten in trouble for it. So yeah, now you know who's being discussed in this email and who was receiving these emails. Okay, this email thread where Jeffrey is plotting and planning what to do. Okay, this is a conversation between Leslie Groff, one of Jeffrey's assistants, who was a member of the Core 4, and Mary Beth Brown, who worked as Elon Musk's assistant for over 12 years. I believe she was fired because she asked for a raise or something. This conversation took place on February 22nd of 2013. Leslie reaches out to Mary Beth and says, "Hello, Mary Beth. I have now sent you a copy of all the girls' passports. Sorry, blank is upside down, but I figured you would print. Jeffrey will have his ID with him. Thank you, Leslie," assistant to Jeffrey. Mary Beth Brown responds stating, "Thanks, Leslie, all received." Leslie responds saying, "Terrific." Now, why is Elon Musk's assistant collecting the passports of girls that are going to be accompanying Jeffrey to see Elon Musk, apparently? Maybe they're going to the SpaceX campus and it's protocol or something. But even then, does Elon Musk not feel like he's in a little deep here? Your assistant has copies of the passports of presumed victims for unknown reasons we can only speculate. And even if it is just to come tour SpaceX or something like that, because we know that in 2012 Kimball and Elon Musk allowed Jeffrey to come tour SpaceX, maybe it was a similar situation. But did he truly never think stuff like this would come out? Truly imagine being that delusional. Okay, this is a conversation between Leslie Groff, one of
Nice, Becca.
Uh-oh. New photo of Donald Trump coming into you hot from the files. I'm just kidding.
That is
On
so
a serious
rude.
note, this
Oh
photo
my
right
God,
here.
that's-
Yeah. I don't know who's in this photo, but I will say...
Dude, that has gotta be Peter Thiel. I do want to see Peter Thiel's cankles. There probably are no pictures of him in shorts, in jean shorts. Oh my God, I wish.
They were right. The tinfoil hats were f***ing right. Right about the Israel connection, about the compromised politicians, about the pedophile ring. They were right. Allegedly, of course. And they did get the details wrong. Because what did the tinfoil hat guys do? They elected those pedos into f***ing office. These people played their hand perfectly.
But it's all of them, bro.
Told them everything they wanted to hear.
We're going to drain the swamp.
They are eating child jerky. Yeah. I know, guys, and we're gonna vote our way out of it. Don't you worry.
Of corruption.
They validated their conspiratorial minds.
They always like to say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Not a conspiracy theory, folks. Millions and millions of people.
And then they built up the cult, a godlike image. Attacking him was blasphemy. They discredited the media, they demonized the opposition, and they gave them an enemy.
The radical left is causing this problem, not the right, the radical left.
And everything that goes against the word of the great leader.
You are fake news.
Every revelation of wrongdoing just confirmed the witch hunt narrative.
That's what we should be talking about.
Dude, honestly, Trump really lost the zest, the spice, the wit. It's all kind of gone. This Trump that we have now sucks, man. Where was that fun Trump?
Not the Epstein hoax.
So now that the Epstein case finally blows open, nothing.
2015 Trump was unbelievable. Yeah, Ghislaine been pleading the fifth. Dude, Ghislaine's gonna walk. She's gonna walk. Watch. I bet in the next year, Ghislaine walks.
We're 12 hours in. Look at the front page of the #1 propaganda channel today after 3 million documents went live. Not a word on the biggest pedophile ring in history.
President Trump says that Iran wants to make a deal.
And these constant distractions
Yeah,
happen.
is the news even covering the fucking Epstein shit?
Media focusing on everything else.
The commander-in-chief has been weighing new strikes on the Islamic Republic.
So what will it be now? Will it be bombing Iran? Will it be more military in American cities? Will it be the arrest of Obama?
Yes.
Don't let him distract you. Don't let him
Bro, roll Hillary and Obama up. Get Bill. Get them all. Get every single one.
And so you do not stop talking about this. Keep on the pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Trump wished her the best. He said, "Oh, I don't know." She said, "I heard something about a pardon. I don't know. I wish her the best."
And this might just be his downfall.
Too many
They were right.
violins. Oh. I love Tony.
If you're feeling really messed up from all these files and your heart is just, you know, let me say something that I think will bring you some hope. Imagine you're in a dark kitchen and you hear these noises everywhere and you're like, what's going on? You know? And then you finally
Yeah, we're in North Korea style politics, but they just let us have the internet for fun for now. Exactly.
find the light switch and you turn it on and then cockroaches.
I also heard regarding Ghislaine pleading the fifth, I heard that are the Clintons actually going to go to their deposition or whatever the fuck?
They just scatter everywhere. All right. I personally am very afraid and terrified of cucaracha. They are just like my biggest fear. However, just because I wasn't
Get that
seeing the
cockroach out of here.
cucaracha with the lights off does not mean they weren't there. Right? So when you turn the lights on, you face the fact that cucaracha is everywhere. And we cannot exterminate cucaracha
But then you can trap its ass.
if we do not see them.
Yeah.
So I want you to realize that us seeing all of this collectively and taking it seriously and feeling it in our bodies and in our spirits and in our souls and in our hearts, this is the light. This is the light coming in. And not for nothing.
Well, Trump is a Nazi. I think the Nazis and the Israelis were the same. All Zionists are Nazis. That's what Nazi stands for, in my opinion. National Zionist. But, yeah, I mean, they're all fucking Nazis. CIA are a bunch of Nazis. Mossad.
But for the past 3.5, 4 years, every single morning, I have been saying that this morning I am waking up in the best, most perfect timeline for my life, but also for humanity. Because my life is so intimately entwined with humanity. So to wish the best for myself and not...
Dude, I was thinking the same thing, that Trump was just copying some of Epstein's... I bet Epstein's Palm Beach house looked exactly like the White House.
To wish the best for humanity is just like not so butso banana pants. So every morning I have been praying to wake up on the best timeline. And then sometimes I'm like, wait, what? This timeline is you know? However, I'm beginning to realize that no, perhaps this is the best timeline we could possibly be on because the light is being shined at cucaracha.
Yeah.
And it is through this
Yeah, we have to go through... This is a birthing period. It's gonna suck. It's gonna frickin' suck. But you know what? Everyone is fucking finally confronted with it. They finally have to catch up with us. You know? We've been knowing. It is nice that other people are joining. Maybe people will care. I'm hoping that it's going to be a slow simmer. It's like, you know, it doesn't look like the water's boiling until that shit is boiling, right? I feel like we're getting up. What is boiling point? 212 degrees? I feel like we're at 209. We're getting close. Well, we'll do Celsius. We're at 98 degrees. We'll say Nick Lachey, 98 degrees. 212. Look at that. God damn, boys. Go with your gut, always. Oh, jump scare. Sorry. Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
Reconciliation with what is, that we will actually address it. I don't think that we have to travel down the path that we're just gonna like go back to normal in a few weeks. Like, I don't think so. I think we actually are starting to collectively demand a new paradigm and a new way of living and a new way of operating. And I do think that the healing is upon us because we are letting ourselves see the darkness, and we're letting ourselves see the cucaracha, and we're letting the light in, and the light illuminating the darkness is the healing, right? So if you're...
She funny. Wait, she had another good video recently too. I mean, most of her videos are pretty great. Was it this one?
Let me be your PSYOP doula. Let me help deliver some information, because I understand that a lot of people are saying that the files are a distraction from something else, but I want to deep dig this and talk about it.
Deep dig.
All right. I definitely understand that there's a lot going on around the like caca fest of how these are released, what the intentions are, yada, yada. We get it. We're talking about it. But the files themselves are not a distraction. The files are representative of grape culture that needs to be addressed, and to look away or to act as if that's not something that we as a society, culture, family, all of these things have to actively face head on is just nutso butso banana pants, all right? And a lot of the idea around a distraction comes from the concept of a new world order. So I first heard about the new world order, 2000. And I was like, whoa, a new world order, that sounds terrible, you know? And they were talking about there's going to be a one world government, man. There's going to be one currency, man. Watch out for the new world order. It's coming. And for a while, I was like, oh, we have to resist the new world order. It was already there. It was already in place. Like, the new world order is not something in our future. The new world order is our present and our past. So if we don't think that all of these different heads of state and countries are in cahoots with one another and owned by the same entities, like, no, of course they are. Are Russia and United States and China like really separate entities, political entities? Let's break it down like this. All right, you got the NFL, right? And you have the players in the NFL, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, I know that player. Sure. But the real power is obviously not within the players. The players are disposable. You have the owners of the team, right? And then you're like, oh, yeah, that's the real, that's the power. The owners, whoever owns each team. Well, guess what? Someone owns the NFL. So the people that own the NFL, they don't give a flying fucking a rolling donut what team wins. They're not concerned. They're just concerned that everyone's watching the game and participating in the game. And that is what's happening globally and has been happening globally this whole time, is that you have these countries with these heads of states and these wars that happen as if these wars aren't benefiting the same people, because they are, you know. So healing grape culture is about healing this deep wound within our psyche and within ourselves. And if we were to heal grape culture and actually address it, actually address the level of violation and psychological damage it's done, we wouldn't be allowing no one world government vibes. It's like, have you ever been in a relationship with someone who's like really depressed and traumatized and not doing well, and you're like, what the fuck? Why aren't you unloading the dishwasher? Why aren't you helping out? Why aren't you doing this? They're not helping out because they're traumatized and depressed, and it's not even within their consciousness to be of service. However, if they dealt with the trauma, if they dealt with the depression, if they healed their nervous system, they would be a better partner naturally. You wouldn't have to be like, what's with the socks on the living room floor? That person would be like, oh shit, I should be a citizen of my home and take care of the impact of others. That would
Yeah, Ray, cream cheese is, until further notice, canceled for sure. Oh my
Capitalism,
God.
hi! Because are the elites eating capital?
Let me be your psyop doula. We wouldn't be allowing no one world government vibe. Psyche and within ourselves. And if we were to heal grape culture and actually address it, actually address the level of violation and psychological damage it's done, we wouldn't be allowing no one world government vibes.
Yeah.
It's like, have you ever been in a relationship with someone who's like really depressed and traumatized and not doing well? And you're like, what the fuck? Why aren't you unloading the dish? Be like, oh shit, I should be a citizen of my home and take care of the impact of others. That would be a more natural way of behaving. So the reason why I am insisting that this isn't a distraction is that if we really focus on the deep social, cultural, personal healing we have to do around grape culture, we will be more effective in planning and self-organizing and getting out of the cluster fuck of the new world order that we've been living in this whole time. Okay, I hope that's helpful. Let me know your thoughts. Let me be your side.
Party. We don't care about what your last name is. We don't care
it's live right
how
now.
powerful you are. We want to know the truth, and we're doing everything we can. And I hope that the Democrats will work with us in this endeavor.
I can't scroll through it though.
And not politicize it.
Thank you. I agree with you, and I was in that hearing.
Andy Bigglesworth.
What'd you say?
Lee amendment to the ANS to the William J. Clinton contempt report. Wait, are they going to hold Clinton in contempt? I hope so, bro. Come on. What the frick? I don't think I can scroll through and find Andy.
Yield my time to the ranking member.
Actually, I'm okay right now on time. I might come back around, but back to Mr. Comer and the Republicans. Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Comer?
Okay. Do any other members seek recognition?
Is this actually live?
Seeing none,
Is this actually happening right now, or is this like a replay?
There's an amendment at the desk. Well, let's Ms. Lee, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Yeah, dude, the people at the top make Epstein look like a Boy Scout. And all the stuff that we're hearing about in the files is still just the tame shit. They didn't even get to the mermaid eating.
I think that even listening to this debate throughout our hearing today, our markup today, I think it's really clear that at the heart of this effort to release the Epstein files are very real human beings who have experienced unimaginable harm. They have been
The Republican chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, has emerged from that hearing and informed all of us that Ghislaine Maxwell has decided to take the Fifth Amendment and refuse to answer any questions.
Bro, I'm telling you, she's gonna walk. She's pleading the Fifth because Trump is going to fucking pardon her.
Listen to what he's saying.
Ready? As expected, Ghislaine Maxwell took the Fifth and refused to answer any questions. This is obviously very disappointing. We had many questions.
Jump scare. Andy Biggs overseeing this is crazy. crazy. There's literal accusations that people are just ignoring that he fucking... Dude, remember, Sasha Riley's whole thing is he knows it's Epstein. He knows it's Epstein, and Andy Biggs was there. This motherfucker is presiding over the Epstein release committee. What? Do you see how this all works? Oh, it's from February 2nd? Okay, that's... Well, this says 7 hours ago. Oh, wait, this is the Ghislaine thing. You're talking about the other thing with Andy Biggs?
To ask about the crimes she and Epstein committed, as well as questions about potential co-conspirators.
Yeah, if you want to see a mermaid, you just got to get invited to a billionaire let's eat a mermaid party. You don't get to see it swim, you just get to eat it. I'm sure they also be doing weirder stuff.
We sincerely want to get to the truth for the American people and justice for the survivors.
I'm going to ask Jim about this tomorrow. Don't you think, isn't it a little, what's it called? Not bias. Isn't it a conflict of interest for Andy Biggs to be presiding over this shit? Anything to do with Ghislaine Maxwell when there's accusations of him literally being a part of the Jeffrey Epstein network? Craziness.
That's what this investigation's about. I want to mention the next steps. We can confirm we have 5 more depositions in the book scheduled for...
Why is no one asking Andy Biggs about Sasha Riley? Come on.
For the Epstein investigation. On February 18th, Lex Wexner, who is a financial client of Epstein and I believe the former CEO of Victoria's Secret.
What do you mean you believe?
February 26th, we have former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. February 27th, former President Bill Clinton. March 11th, Richard Kahn, Epstein's accountant. And March 19th, Darren Endike, Epstein's lawyer. So we will continue to move forward and try to get answers for the American people.
So Britain's royal family, do you think that Britain's royal family has questions?
Bro, this is so, like, truly, Breaking Bad has nothing on our real government. Gus Fring, like, being the crime meth kingpin and then, you know, like, donating to the DEA and, like, supporting the community and being a part of it and shit, and running his chain restaurants. It has nothing on all of these elite pedophiles covering each other, well, parasitic pedophiles, covering for each other by being at the top echelons of the government. What the fuck? Andy Biggs, he's right there. He's investigating himself. This is nuts.
Well, we would love to hear, from anyone. Obviously, I can't subpoena in foreign countries, or I would have done that in the Biden investigation. But do you have anything to add, Andy?
I'll just add one thing that the attorney...
He's like, the Epstein files aren't real. None of this is real. Everyone get over it.
For Ms. Maxwell said that she has no indication and would say that neither Presidents Trump or Clinton are culpable for any wrongdoing. And that's one thing they said in his opening statement to us today.
But
Ghislaine's gonna walk, doot. Ghislaine is gonna walk. Ghislaine is gonna walk. I mean, I'm not... What does Ghislaine Maxwell think wrongdoing is? Remember, she's a pedophile, so of course she doesn't think there was any wrongdoing. She was also there doing it.
Put under pressure to stay silent.
What's that?
Was Ghislaine Maxwell put under pressure to stay silent today?
Well, I have no idea.
Is that your suspicion?
How would I have no idea. I mean, she was given an opportunity. We would have brought her in months ago, but she's indicated she was going to plead the fifth, and Unfortunately, she had an opportunity today to answer questions that every American has, questions that would be very important in this investigation, and she chose to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights.
From what her lawyer said about President Trump and Clinton, and do you think that there's anything more to do with Ghislaine Maxwell now that she pled the fifth?
He was coming down hard on what should be done to the Clintons on the live part. What was he saying? He's like, they should be executed in the streets.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Just to be clear, what her attorney said, Maxwell didn't say. Her attorney said that she would answer questions if she were granted clemency by the president,
Trump,
and that she went on to say about Clinton and
but he went on to expand that. The other thing is he pointed out a number of times that she has a habeas corpus petition pending for a new trial and release, and that's why she is not going to answer questions.
I know that those conversations are ongoing. They would like them to be public. Is your understanding still that we're looking at those same February dates and they're going to be private?
Yeah, that's what they agreed to, and they will be public, just like.
And you saw what Andy did there. He's relieving doubt in the public that anyone pressured Ghislaine Maxwell to not speak. It's just because she wants a new trial. She doesn't want to incriminate herself. This guy answered the question like a dummy. I don't know. I'm not sure. Andy wanted to clear that up real quick. See how this works? This is how the handlers work. This is why they're there.
This will be public hopefully very soon. We've released every transcript and every
Andy Biggs was like, we gotta imprison the Clintons. Hell yeah, brother. Don't forget Hillary.
Video and audio of every deposition we've done since I've been chairman of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, does the committee have any plans to subpoena Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick given the revelations?
We're going to try to get these 5 nailed down. We've got a lot of very important people we're trying to bring in to answer questions. We don't
worry, it's at the very end of the month, too.
Want to do anything to jeopardize the 5 that we have on the book. So we'll see what happens here, and we'll move forward. We're interested in talking to anyone that might have any information that would help us get justice for the survivors. Yes.
Thank you. On the disagreement with the Clintons about closed-door videotape testimony versus public hearing, are you concerned that this will be enough to restart contempt proceedings, or do you think you'll come to a resolution?
I mean, they said they agreed to a standard deposition. That's what a standard deposition is. Every time I've come out here for a press gaggle with you all, we've had a standard deposition. So this is...
Who the fuck is this gooner? This big, ugly Lex Luthor bitch.
How depositions work, and it will be made public. So they want a public deposition. This is what they're going to get.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you about Ilhan Omar for a moment? Mr. Chairman, your investigation.
Chad.
Your investigation about Ilhan Omar. Why are you targeting her when there is a Ilhan Omar? Your committee investigation with Ilhan Omar when there is a process in the House.
What? These fucking people. What was this?
Beautiful. What comes with the island? There's a small villa there. You could practically build what you want. They're building things. Yeah, there's. Do the islands come with the children, or the children? This island does have a small school. There are children. Okay, so I don't know if that was a yeah. What countries are near to abduct them from? Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, Philippines. The Philippines. Of course. The Filipinos, if they're not being a nurse, they're being your okay, so. True. Yeah. So. What age ranges? Below 10, I don't know. In Thailand.
Why they cut off there? What the fuck?
photo is being seriously underestimated, and I need you guys to understand why. So there are 2 photos from the Epstein files that no one is talking about, and I get it. They look boring. It's just people in a room. But when you look at where this photo was taken, who's in it, and what kind of discussion appears to be happening, it gets unsettling very fast. I can confidently identify 3 people. On the far left, wearing green, is Martin Nowak, a world-renowned evolutionary biologist who founded Harvard's program for evolutionary dynamics. In the center is, of course, Jeffrey Epstein. And to his right in the brown jacket is Steve Bannon. At the time this photo appears to have been taken, Bannon was running Trump's 2016 campaign and would soon become White House chief strategist. Everyone else in that room is still unidentified, so if you recognize anyone...
Yeah, dude, exactly. So that's why we went to Vietnam. I'm saying, for sure.
Say something. Now, based on the room overall, this photo was taken inside Harvard University within the program for evolutionary dynamics sometime between 2015 and 2017. That program studies how ideas, behaviors, or traits spread through groups of people, how they catch on, how they become the normal, and how hard they are to undo once established. Epstein himself donated $6.5 million to help launch this program and actually kept a private office inside of it. Now,
dude, these helicopters are going stupid mode tonight. They're probably coming. They're looking for Nancy Guthrie. They're LiDARing to see if I actually have a basement.
This next part is critical. Jeffrey Epstein had a long documented obsession with eugenics, which is the belief that humanity can be improved by controlling who gets to reproduce and who doesn't. Historically, that's led to forced sterilizations, racial hierarchies, and mass atrocities. Epstein openly talked about DNA heredity and creating a genetic legacy, and he also discussed seeding his DNA, selecting traits, and engineering future generations, and he funded scientists, courted academics, and embedded himself inside elite research environments that gave those ideas credibility and cover. Now look at the chalkboard. That's advanced mathematical modeling, the kind used to study how groups of people change over time, how certain traits or ideas become dominant, and how hard it is to reverse them once they take hold.
That's the thing, dude. It's so easy to just seed an idea into the masses with the TV and all their bullshit, right? You have to use 300 times the amount of words to fix it, and most of the times you can't. People are just... They just fucking absorb whatever's said to them first, and they go, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, freaking... What are all the things that they hate? Oh, I'm not personally gonna be deported yet right now, but I hate all immigrants, even though I'm an immigrant. Like 2 generations removed.
Which brings us to Steve Bannon. At the time this photo was taken, Bannon was shaping Trump's campaign and then national policy, and his focus has never been just messaging. It's been systems, how institutions are taken over, how norms are replaced, how loyalty replaces expertise, how power consolidates. Now, this next part is my speculation. At its most benign, this could have been a discussion about applying population-level modeling to politics. That kind of thinking has been used for decades in military strategy and governance. But what I can't shake is that this is a room where the science of how populations change and stabilize and how it overlaps with a man who believes humanity itself should be engineered, optimized, and selectively shaped. That combination is exactly how dehumanizing ideologies and worse have been historically laundered into respect.
And then, dude, look at what it looks like this motherfucker's up to. He's got his hands in AI. He's got his hands in blackmailing people. He's got his hands in fucking... like cloning facilities probably at Zorro Ranch, if not just eugenics facilities. This dude is he's trying to MK Ultra all of us. A dude who fucking needs 3 like 14-year-old girls to pleasure him every day.
Through elite institutions and academic language. Now, we don't know what was discussed, but what we do know is that someone deeply embedded in Trump's political orbit met with Jeffrey Epstein inside an elite academic program Epstein helped fund and occupy. That alone makes these photos worth far more attention than they've received. Now, I've done a much deeper breakdown on Substack, including Epstein's eugenic fixation, the math behind this work, and why this intersection matters. So make sure you're following, and if you recognize anyone in these photos...
And dude, though, that math, I'm sure, is just whatever. They just plugged that directly into TikTok. They're like, okay, divisive politics, go. But also, here's how to seed ideas throughout the population. Beautiful mind, numbers.
Please drop them in the comments. So I believe that this...
Frick yeah, dude. All right, we got to catch up on our girl, Nancy.
I don't think she was kidnapped.
I need a booch for
There would
this.
have been a video. There would have been a phone.
Oh, some rat saying this isn't a kidnapping. What do you think it is, you little fed? Who's this? Hold on, getting a booch.
Photograph, there'd have been something, a lock of hair, a drop of blood, something mailed to somebody so they could verify, yes, in fact, these people have my mother. Kidnappers want to get paid quickly. They don't want this thing to linger. If you're negotiating with another drug dealer in South America somewhere, it could go on for a few weeks, a month, until they get bored and decide this is not worth it. And it's either pay up or we're going to kill this person. And it's always a negotiation, right? The first figure they throw out is never what actually gets paid, like any good business deal. There's going to be a negotiation, but it's going to be a
You're going to negotiate on your mama? On mommy? Mama? Meemaw? No, you just pay the $6 milli. Come on, it's Savannah Guthrie, bro. She's on the Today Show. She's got to have $6 milli liquid in Bitcoin ready to rock. Bro, how do you even transfer $6 million into Bitcoin? She's buying on the dip, though. I'll give her that. Nice, right? She's buying on that fucking dip, bro.
one. And there's been no negotiations. No one's called up and said, hey, where's my money? That hasn't happened.
When the fuck would that happen?
Simple reason is nobody's kidnapped her, I don't think. If you're a good kidnapper, you're going to grab the medication on the way out the door because you're going to have to take care of her. You're going to have to keep her alive and healthy, right? So
what is he going to say that who killed her?
it shows a total lack of planning, the total lack of forensic evidence of anyone being in that house, of grabbing her, is another clue that she wasn't kidnapped. You know, you walk in somewhere, you're going to leave something. I don't care who you are. You're going to leave some DNA, some footprints, some fingerprints, blood if anyone gets cut on glass or whatever. You know, listen, the FBI is great at crime scene processing. They've been processing.
Bro, are they?
This thing for, what, 6, 7, 8 days now. They've got nothing.
Yeah, they're fucking dumb, that's why.
If they had something, we'd have heard about it. The problem was it became public very quickly, and my guess is the Russians or Nigerians.
What? Why? Why would they kidnap this lady's mom? The Russians or the Nigerians? What the fuck?
Said, oh, hey, here's an opportunity to make a few dollars. We don't have a body. We don't have proof of
For
it.
who?
Anything.
Who's going to buy this? What? What? They're just going to make a few bucks off of Savannah Guthrie? That was the whole play, is to get $6 million from Savannah Guthrie? There's no way that lady's got $6 million. Liquid?
We're just going to hope that they panic and pay us. Her mother would be an attractive kidnap target, except for the fact that, well, you kidnap somebody like that and you better batten down the hatches because, man, everybody's coming for you. Everyone. The entire law enforcement apparatus of Arizona is in gear. The FBI, probably ATF, probably DEA. Everyone's jumping on this bandwagon. I mean, there's probably 500 people assigned to this case right now. I don't think anybody in position of authority believes she's alive at this point. And no one wants to say it publicly. This is the problem, right? You know, listen, when you see the FBI in the roof a week later and helicopters have been filming that roof for nonstop for 7 days, we're reaching. They got nothing else to do. They've got nothing left. And someone said, hey, get up on the roof, take a look again.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure.
Hey, get up on the roof and take that camera down.
Somebody did take a look for cell phones or any evidence of someone coming off the roof after she came home. Great place to hide, right? I mean, all the technology we have turned up nothing. And a lot of that is because she lives in an area that has light pollution issues, and they don't want lights. So Ring cameras don't work, surveillance cameras don't work. I mean, they've got nothing. They've got no film. They got no evidence that she was taken by anybody at this point, other than some hokey ransom letters, which aren't saying anything except send us money to this untraceable account. I think, unfortunately, it's going to end badly. Mrs. Guthrie's probably going to be found
Unfortunately, it's going to end badly.
deceased somewhere.
Yeah, at Savannah Guthrie's house.
I doubt she walked off and someone picked her up and, they're eating tea and cupcakes somewhere in Arizona area. I very much doubt it. I mean, she has medical issues. I think if she was taken...
I got cherry vanilla ice cream for dessert tonight, though. Don't worry, boys. We're back up. We're back up. We're set on we got some ice cream for a couple days here. Although, sometimes I'd be getting big old bowls of ice cream.
Taken, we'd pretty much know for sure at this point she was really taken. There'd be some forensic evidence to help indicate that happened. Because the feds aren't talking about it, I'm pretty sure there's no forensic evidence indicating she was kidnapped at all. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. It doesn't bother me to be wrong. Seldom am I wrong.
Seldom am I wrong. Honestly, with that guy, I very fucking highly doubt that. I bet he's wrong all day, every day. All right, hold on. We gotta see this. I can't wait any longer.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we...
I see we lost the script for this one. I can tell.
Enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt.
They're going to say it was Luigi and Tyler Robinson working from prison. Just blame it on active patsies. It's easier.
Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help.
Dude, stop trying to rope me into your little kidnapping scheme. I don't want anything to do with this. I'm not helping you. Well, I'll help Nance, but I'm not helping Savannah. I think Savannah did it.
Enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bigger thing with Epstein is that everyone, we know these motherfuckers are doing it, right? The bigger thing is that we should be like, we know Epstein isn't the only one. You think they put all their eggs in one Epstein egg-shaped fucking dick basket? No. So the question is, how are they still doing this? You know? Where are they still doing it? They didn't stop this shit. Dude, this video's bad. Savannah knows where her mom is. I can feel it through her dead eyes. She knows where she is. That's the worst part, right? She's got to fake all this fake hope. Because she knows she already killed her mom, allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, you can't run a global T ring with two people. Terror ring? Trafficking ring. Yeah. And Epstein's supposedly been dead for like almost 10 fucking years at this point. So who is doing this? The bigger question is that, yeah, exactly, right? Everyone should be like, everybody who's been talking about this has been right about this. So if we're right about Epstein, then that means all the trafficking shit is real. Of course it is. You know? I think people are going to slowly come to that, hopefully. I don't know, dude. The light has to fucking do something eventually, right?
So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems...
I see and hear that this is all fake, or at least that you're being deceitful. So either none of this happened or you killed your mom.
Strange to you.
Like, dude, she's posted 4 videos on Instagram over all this. She's just content farming this thing.
That you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation. And we need your help.
Just pay the ransom. Pay it. What the fuck? Are you paying it or not?
All right, hour of desperation ahead of this deadline. That's just the new video from Savannah Guthrie, the daughter of Nancy Guthrie. And she said there's still hope out there that Nancy Guthrie eventually could get returned. Lauren, I believe that's the first time you're seeing it. What were your...
Did they receive a finger yet? She's definitely in that manhole, dude.
Big takeaways. What did you hear there?
Wow. So yes, that was my first time seeing it,
Yeah,
and I
that's
jotted
the
down.
other thing too is all Epstein's thing does is fucking prove to you how prevalent it is. I mean, they're meeting with Harvard professors and shit. Like, all these people. Fuck all these rats, right?
Some reactions. Number one, she's wearing makeup, it seems, for the first time in over a week. And, you know, perhaps that means she got a little bit of rest. I am speculating. Maybe she found something out that sort of caused her to just let her mind and body rest and give her a chance to take care of herself just a bit. But I also noticed that, you know, she said, we are entering another week of this. Nothing like I'm hoping this is the last day of this, because, you know, in pretty much an hour, the money is supposed to be posted. And not only that, in the ransom note, they said, at least to TMZ, that once the money was posted, they'd have Nancy back. I believe it was within the hour. So Savannah's kind of talking like that is not going to be an option at all.
Yeah, and I need people to further, like, synthesize all this too, right? Like, we know, I mean, dude, we know about the Catholic churches, like, all of these motherfuckers. These are not all separate entities. They all work together. I mean, dude, Jeffrey Epstein had a wing at Interlochen summer camp. That's like a prestigious fucking, you know, school for the fucking nerds, like Chapel Roan's Republican ass.
I don't know if you caught that as well, but now I'm kind of like, okay, it seems like the ransom note has nothing to do with Nancy's return.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. If you're rich or powerful or you want to do hierarchy, as far as we're concerned, you're a fucking pedophile. If you're a capitalist, you're a pedophile. Sorry. Hard line. At this point, I don't trust any of it. Capitalism equals pedophilia. Prove me wrong. Come on. Charlie Kirk's not here to save you guys. Prove me wrong. Capitalism equals pedophilia.
You know, she also said somehow and some way she's feeling these prayers.
If someone kidnapped my mom, they would bring her back. Just saying.
I feel that, you know, if someone is praying for you and you are asking for prayers here, that we would assume the person feels the prayers.
How funny would that be? Yeah. Hopefully she just went on a cruise and forgot to tell everyone. Imagine she comes back. She's got like a lei on. She comes back from a 10-day cruise. She's like got maracas and shit. A big old sombrero. Tan as fuck. Looking svelte.
Not going to say, you know, somehow, some way she's feeling them. You pray for this person because they will feel them. And I think it's grim. I do. I think it's grim, Andy. I'm sorry to say.
And obviously, this is the first time I'm seeing it as well. And you also note the fact that she is alone. Potentially, she's not alongside her siblings, Annie and Cameron, unlike the other two videos that we've...
Yeah, what do we think about all of the art sold for $500,000? What do we think it really is? I think we're figuring out what it really is. And dude, it makes sense too why the artists that they pick are such ass, and it's always like, oh, red painted canvas, blue painted canvas. It's because it's literally not about art. It's about money laundering, trafficking humans, I'm sure.
Seen from Savannah, and of course that obviously notable, but this one may be potentially a little bit more off the cuff, speaking to anyone out there asking for tips in this way. And you mentioned the grim nature, and just by the fact that she realizes that this deadline is consequential, does that really reiterate that fact that this 5 p.m.
She should trust God and accept she is gone for a reason. Rejoice in the mysterious ways of our loving Lord. Thank you for making this woman's mother go missing, oh Lord.
Potentially ransom deadline is so very important.
I didn't get that from her. I don't know if you did. I didn't get that. I again would go back to the note saying if they post this money, which Savannah had said yesterday or the day before, excuse me, we will pay. Why did this video not say, hey, we're going to pay within the hour?
I know, dude, I love that even the news is like, what's going on here?
So make sure you return our mom. That would seem to be the most obvious thing to say here, and that...
Yeah, I agree.
That wasn't said. So now...
Yeah, because she knows the money's not going anywhere, babe.
You know, listen, talk to me in an hour. I might say something different, but as of right now, I am thinking that the ransom note has nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie.
And they are law enforcement trying to piece together.
Bro, are they gonna... I can't wait for this to come out that Savannah Guthrie and her sister killed their mom. And then they did a big old fake kidnapping. Oh my God. These are too long. I don't care about it that much. What are you doing, Booga Bear?
So there's definitely a few.
Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey talked about it. I need Thomas Massey to just be out here like, they're all a bunch of pedophiles. All of them.
One is some of the internet concern about some of the more sensational emails. I mean, I do think it's important to recognize that some of the senders on that are women, and so some of the redactions may be appropriate, some may not be appropriate. We need to look at that. But just because there's an email out there, it doesn't mean that there's necessarily an improper redaction. The bigger concern is these 6 individuals. I will say that the staff was very professional in allowing.
Yeah, what did the Guthries have to sacrifice Nancy to Trump for? What were they paying back? They're just buying in favor?
Us to
Savannah Guthrie in her 57th year is going to become a superstar?
To do the searches. Our bigger concern is that there's still a lot that's redacted. Even in what we're seeing redacted versions. I thought we were supposed to see the unredacted versions, and that's because the documents produced to justice from the FBI, from the grand jury, was redacted when they got it. So we kept doing the searches for the unredacted information. It's the identical redactions that they have. Now, I don't think that's nefarious on the career attorneys that were reviewing it, but they obviously haven't gotten the
down. Like the DOJ produced them, and for some reason they took them down. Maybe they decided that victims' names were in there and that they needed further redactions. But those documents not only haven't been put back up on the site with the appropriate redactions, they were not available to us to search. As far as I could tell, we couldn't search the documents that had been taken off the internet.
Can you share with us the name of the 6 men that you identified?
I probably should do that from the floor or in a committee hearing.
and look, they should be releasing these documents. We have many avenues where we can compel that legally. Maybe they've done it out of oversight. I don't know. I don't believe that. But, you know, they should be releasing those documents, and our hope is to get them to do that. And then in some of the redactions, they need to be very careful on whether that was a...
Wait, I kind of like this lady. Keep slandering Savannah Guthrie,
all
please.
of this information to see if it works together. Savannah Guthrie there posting that on social media. Lauren, any other parting words, anything else? Because obviously you mentioned the ransom note, potentially not really tied. That would be interesting as you kind of point out. Anything else you want to let our audience know before I let you go?
Well, I just want to say that someone has already been arrested in California for falsifying a ransom note. And I hope that if this is true, these people are prosecuted to the fullest, because this is straight up emotional torture. And that is not okay.
Yeah, I agree. What Savannah Guthrie is doing is emotional torture to all of us.
Very, very good point. Obviously, they were arrested there in Los Angeles, and they did it through some forensic digital evidence. And it's interesting how we haven't really had any leads on any of these other ransom notes, whether they're hoaxes or real. So
This morning, as lawmakers prepare to view the Department of Justice's unredacted files on Jeffrey Epstein, new questions about commerce.
Yeah, falsifying a ransom note? What charge is that? It's penal code falsifying a ransom note. It's
Secretary
the Lindbergh clause.
Howard Lutnick's relationship with the deceased convicted sex offender.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going, because he's gross.
Just months ago, Lutnick, who lived next door to Epstein for more than a decade.
Oh my, you're so right, Black Death. What if Nancy didn't get to see the Turning Point USA fucking halftime show yesterday? What a waste, dude. My favorite computer hacker is making a website that makes it super easy to navigate the files by the names. Daniel Brogel, he moved to Asia a few months ago. How come he can't do, is he gonna do some Mr. Robot shit? Cause I need some Mr. Robot shit to happen soon.
My story, a one and absolutely done.
After a visit to Epstein's home, describing him as gross.
I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage?
But part of the 3 million pages of newly released DOJ files show Lutnick and Epstein remained in contact well past 2005, as recently as 2018. One email with Epstein's schedule for May 1st, 2011, showing plans for drinks with Lutnick. And in December 2012, other documents showing Lutnick and his family plan to visit Epstein's private island. At the end of that month, the two both investing in the same business.
Imagine bringing your fucking family to Epstein Island, bro.
Their signatures seen here on legal documents. Some of these interactions with Lutnick coming years after Epstein first pled guilty to sex crimes in 2008. And this morning, several lawmakers...
Yeah, right? Too many of us engineers have to continue working to be doing Mr. Robot shit for now. Yeah, I know. That's the whole game.
calling for Lutnick to step down, including Republican Congressman Thomas Massey, the architect of the law compelling the release of the files.
I want to get back into hacking, but I also don't want to live in Phuket.
He's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign.
Overnight,
we're standing together. Standing together.
Multiple Epstein survivors appearing in a new PSA, calling for more transparency, saying millions of files still haven't been released. The DOJ saying any files withheld or redactions were to comply with exceptions in the law, not to compromise ongoing investigations or violate victims' privacy. Also in the newly released trove of records, email showing the role Epstein's now convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell played in supporting former President Bill Clinton's foundation and the launch of the Clinton Global Initiative, a conference for business and global leaders. According to emails from 2004, Maxwell helped in the planning and funding of its inaugural event. The former president has said he had no knowledge of Maxwell or Epstein's crimes and has pushed for the DOJ to release all files.
In a statement to ABC News, Secretary Lutnick's office maintaining that he had, quote, very limited interactions with Epstein. Meantime, up here on Capitol Hill today, Ghislaine Maxwell will testify virtually from prison behind closed doors, not in a public setting, to the House Oversight Committee. Members of that panel expect her to plead the Fifth to every question, George.
Right. She did not plead the Fifth when she talked to the Justice Department. Okay. Thanks very much, Jade.
Interesting. Fuck you, Andy Biggs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Monday morning, the 9th of February. And today is...
This is kind of John Levi vibes. I like this. Michelle After Dark. Okay.
Deadline day in the case of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, who, it is believed, was kidnapped in the early morning hours of the 1st of February. Her pacemaker, which connected presumably via Bluetooth to her phone and her Apple Watch, was disconnected at 2:28 a.m. on the 1st of February. So that must be when she was far enough away from her phone and her Apple Watch, which were left at home, for Bluetooth to fail and for it to disconnect. So we know also that on the cameras, which did not record video because there was no subscription on the account, allegedly, recorded a movement in the house around 2:12 a.m. But the camera outside had been disconnected at 1:47 a.m., which means that the kidnapper or kidnappers were in or around that home for 41 minutes. What on earth happened in those 41 minutes? I think those 41 minutes are crucial in understanding whether Nancy Guthrie is alive and in as good a health as she can be after being kidnapped, or she's dead. We may never know what happened during those 41 minutes. However, what we're going to do in this video is go through this interesting discussion that was had on News Nation. About an hour ago, this was posted.
Terrorists on the border and in our country. Cool.
So, really interesting discussion. This is a security guy, and I want to go through this with my own opinions, of which I've been, I don't know, circling around, yeah, she was kidnapped, and then back around to, no, this is fake. The whole kidnap story's odd, as they talk about here in this interview. So let's get into it.
For more, we are joined by Chuck Marino tonight, founder and CEO at Sentinel, as well as former U.S. Secret Service executive. Chuck, always good to see you. And I want to talk about the activity we're seeing at these properties, at the home of Nancy Guthrie and then Annie Guthrie as well. Investigators were at the daughter Annie's house for about 3 hours. We see them leaving, wearing blue gloves, carrying brown bags. This is the last place Nancy was at before she disappeared from her home, Ubering to Annie's home for games and dinner, then being driven home by a family member.
She was driven home. We don't know whether it was by Annie or by Annie's husband, Tommaso, but she got home at 9:48. That's when the garage door opened. I would assume that was Nancy's normal route of getting into the house. Maybe it was easier for her to go through the garage. I know a lot of people think it's suspicious that she went through the garage. And the FBI and the sheriffs have spent quite a time in that garage. They took away a car that was in there. But I don't think it's that unusual if that was her usual route into the house.
Yeah, a lot of people go in through the garage. My grandma does. When she's not driving her car through the garage.
She possibly was helped in. We know she's got mobility issues. Whoever dropped her off ensured she got in the house safely, and then the door closed behind them. That's what I would assume those 2 minutes are for. Anyhow.
Investigators be searching for now in Annie's home?
Well, I think they're looking to rule possible suspects out in terms of family members, which...
Yeah, I believe that. They've been to Annie's house a couple of times. Now, the 3 hours that they spent there, like in the night time, is very interesting, as I talked about in yesterday's video. It could simply be to rule them out. The fact that they were there at night, covered up windows,
They took the table? Is that the gaming table that they were playing Monopoly on? Why did it have blood splatter on it?
Me to believe that was luminol testing or similar, but we just don't know.
Which unfortunately is something that you need to do, as well as other close associates. Of course, the home of Nancy Guthrie remains the primary crime scene where the abduction took place. But, you know, one thing I'll note here is the extent that this remains unresolved, the length of time. If this were...
Let's just backtrack a second or two. They checked the septic tank on the property yesterday. They've done neighbour door-to-door. They've searched in the desert. So all exclusionary, in my opinion. But this kidnap story is utterly bizarre, as he, in my opinion, rightly states, coming up.
Or purely transactional. That is money for the safe return of Nancy Guthrie. In my opinion, this would have been done already if this were purely a money grab on the part of the perpetrators.
I mean, look, there's things that we don't know. There may have been communication that we don't know about, but that last message by the family directed to the kidnappers was very odd. The news channels who got the second ransom message say that there's no proof of life been stated. Now, in the first message that TMC and a couple of local news channels got, they said Nancy was safe but scared. But there's been no proof of life. That last message from the family was odd, saying that they want to celebrate with her. Well, is that celebrate her life, as in she's dead? Why would you want to then pay $6 million in Bitcoin to get a dead body back? I mean, maybe I'm being harsh and flippant, but I wouldn't pay $6 million, even if I had $6 million, to get a dead body back. I'm sorry. But it seems that there's been no communication. How? And the deadline set for Monday, which is today at 5 p.m. local time. Well, the family said they'll pay. So why is the transaction not being done?
Yeah, what's going on?
Like ahead of 5 p.m. It's not that they've got to wait till 5 p.m. The deadline's 5 p.m. So why isn't Nancy home? If the family say they'll pay, I don't understand.
One of two things must be true. Either something went horribly wrong much sooner than the perpetrators thought regarding the health and well-being of Nancy Guthrie.
That's a very good point, and it's a point that I've been thinking about. Maybe Nancy died. Either it was a robbery gone wrong, and they panicked and they took the body away, or they kidnapped Nancy, and she's died while she's in their unlawful custody. Well, they then can't provide proof of life, but they've just got to go along with this scenario now. Is that why they're not communicating?
9/11 was
dead.
a pivotal point.
Or money has never been the main driving motivation for this kidnapping, in which case it becomes highly personal to, one would suspect, Savannah Guthrie, and either based on her notoriety or perceived wealth, or both. But something is out of whack here.
Something's strange. I mean, I don't know what to make of that last statement he made, but something is very strange. This is highly, highly unusual.
Something is not following the normal protocol.
The math ain't mathing, is it?
All in terms of these types of cases.
You know, just an hour before we came on the air last night, the Guthrie family posting that new video this weekend saying we will pay and that this is the only way we will have peace. I want to take a quick moment to listen to what renowned attorney Mark Garagos thought.
The only way we'll have peace is such a weird thing to say, right? Ask Bill Gates how much he'd pay for a corpse. Fuck yeah, dude.
That this new video is indicating. Let's take a listen.
My belief was that when they asked for proof of life and when they said they would pay, and I was asked, do you think they will? And I think they will. And specifically that there is a crypto or Bitcoin demand. I think they got the proof of life, and I think they are willing to pay because they want her back. And the reason I think they made this next step is they do have proof of life, which I...
Yeah, if they have proof of life, there's been communication that we're not aware.
Why don't I get to see the ransom note? That's what I want to know. Sorry, Cat Dad. I know you wanted to save her. Yep, the math ain't math, and Nancy's dead and gone. No! Stop, dude. Yeah, there's no way Nancy's still alive.
Aware of. Which is...
But if she's dead, dude, we're going to have the biggest funeral send-off for her ever.
Possible. But if they've had proof of life... This message, the three siblings right there on screen, is odd, is even stranger. If they've had proof of life, the words in this message are even stranger. And we will pay is, well, if they've got proof of life, why would they need to speak to the kidnappers to say, we'll pay? Because if they'd had proof of life, they've had communication with the kidnappers, and if they agreed to pay, that could have been done there and then, and Nancy could have come home. So that...
Yeah, I know. DMB has a song called Dancing Nancy's. It's so good. Yeah, we'll play it at her service.
Doesn't math to me. Math ain't mathing in that theory, to me.
Hope I'm right, because there were quite...
Yeah, is it an actual... It is an actual lawsuit, isn't it? I should fucking... dude, that would be good.
A few people speculate a lot more negative outcomes.
Are you equally hopeful in your belief that there might be a positive outcome to this terrible story?
Well, I'm going to remain hopeful because even though the length of time is not historically good news for the outcomes in these cases, it's bad news for the perpetrators as well, because it's requiring them to communicate more. Even though it's through third parties, it's still giving investigators additional time to deploy different investigative techniques and technologies to find out where they are. And I think the perpetrators would know, based on the sophistication of the trying to conceal the internet protocol addresses of their communications and things like that, that the more time they give investigators, the worse news it potentially could be for them. But
yeah, but maybe I've just watched too many movies. But how are they going to deliver Nancy? So, okay, they can conceal their identity online if they're very technologically savvy, even during the transfer of the funds. That's all well and good. If they're technologically savvy, they can do that.
Is this your eulogy for Nancy? This is honestly better than what their kids could come up with. She had a quiet talent for the obscure and overlooked, whether it was remembering small historical details, picking up on subtle connections in conversation, or appreciating the little fragments of knowledge that rarely make headlines but give the world its texture. I miss Nance. Mommy. Mama. Dude, that would have hit. That would have hit if Savannah Guthrie laid that down, but instead she gave us whatever the fuck she gave us. This case officially makes the FBI 0 to 128,289. Yeah, 0 wins. Yeah, Bitcoin is so traceable. That's the other thing. This is all horse shit. Who's going to ask for Bitcoin over cash? Give me cash.
Yeah, but how are they going to deliver Nancy?
Her head to body ratio is crazy.
Nancy. How? What are they going to do? Just drop her off in some random location? Well, if so, a kidnapper's got to take her there. So it would be the drop-off point, which would be the most likely place where they could be apprehended. So why are we not talking about that? Why are we not talking about the delivery of Nancy Guthrie being the most important aspect of this case?
Would I have to move if I sued my landlords? Why? Why would I have to move? If they make me move, I'm absolutely suing the well, no, I probably got to start suing them before I move. Or they could just do the right thing and pay me all that back, plus interest. And never make me pay for heating ever again. I mean, that used to always be in, when I was renting my apartments in Madison, the heat was always included.
Yes. Again, maybe I've just watched too many movies.
To the point that you just played, if the family has been given proof of life, then why are the perpetrators making it so hard to make this payment? This is the part that's not making sense to me. So there's something outside of the norms here that's not following the typical play-by-play that you would expect in a kidnapping.
Yeah, the math ain't mathing.
For ransom. Now, we've got a lot of experience with this in terms of both dealing with the people that carry out these crimes, the victims, as well as things like ransomware, where the systems...
How common is kidnapping? Like kidnapping a human? It's not that common, is it?
No.
Ransomware, though, is more common. You know...
Wait, ransomware or ransoms?
Where a technologically savvy operation happens and they shut down computers in a, I don't know.
Oh, like that. Yeah, where they like fake lock your computer down and they won't give it back unless you pay them in $500 in Apple Music gift cards.
Company or whatever, and they demand a ransom for it. Those kind of things, I think, are more...
This shit is all fake as fuck. I'm not obeying laws anymore. Dude, that's what everyone literally needs to come... Everyone needs to have this come to Jesus, that all of this shit in the files is real. It's beyond even just the ones that are listed in there. And everyone needs to realize these motherfuckers aren't obeying any laws. Why are we obeying a single law? Why are we doing anything they tell us to? Right? I need the masses to figure that out. Come on, guys. Why are we following any fucking laws? What are you talking about? These guys are fucking eating kids, dude. What?
Common than kidnapping an actual human being these days. I might be wrong. I might be totally wrong.
Of a company are overtaken in exchange for ransom, all of which are ultimately paid, believe it or not. The majority of the American public...
Where's that old blonde drunk chick from CNN, Nancy Grace? We checked in on her the other day. I saw a video of hers.
May believe that, victims of these crimes don't give in and pay a ransom.
We'll
no, it's quite the opposite. They do once it's satisfied that the people they're dealing with are in fact the right people that have carried out the crime in the first place.
That makes sense in Nancy's case if they've not been provided with proof of life or even proof that they have Nancy dead. The kidnappers having Nancy, alive or dead, seems to be the sticking point. they can't prove that Nancy was taken by the person or persons who are now demanding the ransom. That seems to be the sticking point. As days have gone by, I've become less confident that this is genuine.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Yeah, further than that. Fuck all banks, jobs, landlords, the grocery stores, fuck their money, fuck their little costumes. It's all fucked. Boycott everything. Exactly. Yeah. Dominoes need to start fucking falling. Let's go, people. Come on. The evidence is in front of you now. This is what you needed, right? Oh my God. Wake up. Have a little fucking empathy. These people are fucking devouring children. These fucking emus. These ostriches burying their heads in the sand.
For that reason.
So,
it's not us saying it, it's the DOJ.
On the other end of that, how often can that money be recovered?
And I don't care. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. Oh, none of this has been in the court of law. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. The court of public opinion is all that matters. These people need their heads on spikes. Pikes. I need it to look like fucking Westeros, bro. I need it to look like King's Landing. I want all the Starks' heads on pikes. No, I'm just kidding. They're not the Starks. There are no Starks. That's the problem. Not a single Stark amongst them. There isn't. It's all just Joffreys. They're all Joffreys and fucking... Yeah, they're all just Lannisters, dude. No, because they're not even hot. They are doing the sister fucking and shit, but... They're all more like... What are they more like? Baratheon? No. Who are the scummiest ones? Yeah, it's kind of the... No, not the Baratheons. Who am I thinking? Who are the skin flayers? His name was... What was fucking Reek and... What was Reek's master's name? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Never gonna get it. No, I am. Yeah, the phrase. Yeah, they're worse. They're the phrase, exactly. Can't remember that guy's name. The Roose Bolton, that's who I was thinking. Yeah, they're the Boltons or the phrase.
How often can the people who actually perpetrated this, how often are they actually found and prosecuted?
So I got to tell you, the fact that the request is for Bitcoin, which has to be made payable to a crypto wallet, is still tough to track down. The
Game of Thrones, I feel like the first, up until like the last couple seasons, I mean the first couple seasons of Game of Thrones hit, yeah. They're the closest to the books. The books are awesome. I love them.
The U.S. government has gotten a lot better at being able to validate the crypto wallet ownership and verifying that and confirming that, in fact, it's correct. But however, it's still not a perfect science. And the kidnappers in this case know that. But why they haven't executed in completing this transaction?
He didn't answer the question, though. Like, how often are these people who demand a ransom, either to get your company computers back, or for a person, the victim pays the ransom? How likely is it that the perpetrators are apprehended and the victim gets their money back? How common is that? We didn't answer the question. And I don't know the answer to that either.
Action is either twofold. Either they haven't satisfied the demands of the family and law enforcement regarding proof of life, or they're trying to kick this can down the road because they can't provide proof of life.
That's the thing. They can't provide proof of life, or I think more importantly, they can't even provide that they have Nancy alive or dead. I think that's why we've got this now stalemate situation.
Both of which are
10-1
equally
BRB.
disturbing. One is more disturbing than the other, unfortunately, which means that something went astray as they were leading the 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie outside of the residence. Remember, as hard as it was for an 84-year-old in poor health to exit the home in a quick fashion, it's just as problematic as it is for the kidnappers.
Yeah, well, they were in the house 41 minutes. So it's not like this was a quick get in, get out. Literally, they could have carried her out. So either it was just one person who couldn't carry her, or something went wrong. Or it's somebody known to Nancy and they allowed her to take some stuff from the house. Again, as I said in yesterday's video, we don't know what kind of belongings were removed. Were clothes removed? Were there medications that were taken? Yeah, they said the medications in the house, but we don't know how much of the medications Nancy had. So they could have allowed Nancy to take enough medications, let's say, for a week or something like that. Or they could have had medications ready if this was very well planned. I absolutely believe, and I've said this again and again, I absolutely believe that they know Nancy. They are intimately familiar with Nancy's life, and this was planned, this was targeted. Yes, it's possible this could have been a robbery that's gone wrong somehow, somewhere, but if Nancy died, where's the body?
And of course, the blood in the front of that doorway is so concerning. Chuck Marino.
Not really. Dude, it's just stationary. Someone standing around with a nosebleed. Is that what happened? No movement.
Always appreciate the analysis, the content.
All right, yeah, very interesting. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And the deadline is 5 p.m. local time today. I believe they're in Mountain Time, which is 7 hours behind me, so that'll be midnight my...
Elon wants to campaign his America First party on UBI. Yeah, dude. That's going to be how they start getting us roped into the fucking... into their... Like, dude, it's... Rewatching Mr. Robot, they're literally going to do e-bucks. It's like the exact storyline of Mr. Robot. There's going to be a giant financial crisis that makes the dollar be worthless. And then they're going to be like, hey, well, the only other thing that's worth anything is Bitcoin. So we're going to make Disney bucks off of Bitcoin. And everyone's got to sign up. And don't worry, we'll give all of you poors $2,000. That'll be a whole year's salary. Sign up today. And we'll be like, oh, we don't have any other option. I guess we're on fucking Disney bucks now. We're on the pedophile dollars. Instead of petrol dollars, it's pedophile dollars. Pedo dollar.
Time. I'm going to stay up for the 5 p.m. deadline, so I may be live. If things kick off later, then I will be live as soon as. All right. Bye for now, guys. Go, girl. Go, girl. Go, girl.
Alrighty. Let's take a little break. Let's do some weirdo Florida dad shit.
Few things I do want to go ahead and talk about today, but the main focus will be...
Yeah, how about we exchange skills for items? Fuck money, fuck UBI, exactly. Dude, UBI that'll be the beginning of the very end. You want UBI? I mean, I think that UBI is just another way to have people be beholden to another system. I mean, dude, that's literally the communism that everyone has been scared and bitching about for years and years. Now Elon wants to do communism where Elon tells you how much money you get. What? The whole premise of money is a collective delusion. You know? It's a fake or dake. It's not real. We invented it. Not we. I wouldn't invent something so cucked. But UBI isn't going to be like, it's not going to be free money. It's just another thing like what they've got set up now, you know. Except Elon Musk is going to be the one who's doling out who gets what. We want the ultimate UBI, which is freedom from the system. That's the fucking UBI. Gaia bucks. You can pick Gaia bucks from the tree and eat it. You know what I mean? Yeah, UBI is a leash and will be donned by the desperate lower classes willingly. Exactly. I mean, dude, it's even in the expanse. Everybody, no one has jobs anymore, and everyone is on basic, and everyone's just starving. No, thank you. Like, money's fake as fuck already, but Elon money is going to be the fakest kind of money that ever existed.
The 2020.
You'll literally go to like a checkout and money for people that Elon likes will be worth less than for people that he likes more. So like for $5, if he likes you, if you're like a little fucking grifty shill for Elon on Twitter, you know, like I'm sure he'll dole out XP and stuff. For every comment that you write about how much you love Elon, you get an extra little percentage or something. And so $5 for you can buy a car, but $5 for people who don't suck Elon's balls, it'll be worth a pea or a single rice. I'm here for Gaia bucks. Yeah. That shit's real.
2026 Winter Olympics opening, apparently it was so demonic they had to release.
Yeah, and that's it too. They want us to beg for UBI. That's why they're squeezing us so fucking hard right now. Exactly. Because, dude, they're bleeding us. They're bleeding all of us. And they've been doing it for years and years, for decades, but they are really doing it now. And, you know, it's like, it's all part of their eugenicist brain, you know, they don't, the way that they do genocide now is they make people poor and basically starve to death. That's what they want. Then it doesn't look like they're killing them, you know? But yeah, they're just making everyone broke as fuck until it's, you know, some of the people that they like. And then they'll get them on the fucking beast system. And then the people that they don't like, they won't allow on the system. Oh, you're an immigrant. You see how this is all going to work? Now everyone's bloodthirsty for immigrants. Okay, so what's an immigrant? Elon Musk isn't an immigrant? He gets to be on UBI? He was literally not an American. So who's determining who the immigrants are? Oh, Elon Musk? Well, man, this fucking sucks, right? See where this goes bad?
The fact checkers from the toilets and sewers they reside in, to remind us that what we thought we saw, we did not see, and those balls inside our heads that we call eyeballs are nothing but lie balls. Reading this article.
The whole thing is currently being primed for Elon to have his shot at presidency. You take that back, Mr. Bunny. Don't ever speak that again.
From Times
Can you
Now.
Imagine an Elon and Barron Trump ticket? Dude. Barron Trump as president, Elon as vice president.
Which was published on February 7th, is titled Winter Olympics 2026, Are Satanic Symbols Hidden in the Olympic Cauldron? Fact-checking viral claims. Social media users accuse the Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics opening ceremony of satanic symbolism after skier Sofia Goggia lit a cauldron.
I promise that. No, take it back.
Resembling an inverted pentagram. Well, here's a photo of it, and it does look rather demonic, but taking a look at the video footage of it, it definitely looks like a pentagram being lit up. I mean, we're all looking at the same thing. I don't know how this can be fact checked. Matter of fact, going to NBC Sports YouTube page where they're showing this, it's being heavily ratioed. At the time of this recording, 158,000 views and only 655 likes. That is bad. That is good at the same time, because a lot of people are fully aware of what they're seeing here. I mean, just look at some of the top comments. Thought to myself, it would be weird if that turned into a penta. Oh, of course, they are mocking us, expecting us not to do a thing, but remember, the only thing they fear is you. You're all not crazy. It is exactly what you think it is. Y'all better start believing in conspiracy theories. We're living in one. And this last one right here really stood out to me, and no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. And the reason why this comment stood out to me, because this pentagram also reminded me of something else. It kind of looked like one of those biblically accurate thrones. Thrones being high-ranking angels would have definitely been among the fallen, and that's the vibe I get from this anyway, is a fallen throne. A fallen angel held by chains. Creepy. But you definitely see the outline of a pentagram, the upside down pentagram, which is the sigil of the Baphomet. That was perfectly outlined. There's no mistaking that. But also, look at the arch that it's in. The arch looks like the Arch of Palmyra, which led to the Temple of Baal. This eerily reminds me of the arch that's coming to the United States to celebrate the United States 250th anniversary in 2026. An arch Trump proposes will be the largest arch in the world. And just look at the angel at the top. Angel, angel. They are both directly in the middle. He wants this arch to be so big that the only thing that's going to be bigger than this arch will be the Capitol building and the Washington Monument, which is basically Osiris or Baal Shaft.
Lori, you think we're allowed to win the fucking lottery? What are you talking about? We already found out who wins the lottery. Andy Biggs and Jeffrey Epstein.
And on top of this, it's going to be overlooking the Potomac River. The Potomac River, where the United States had its first plane crash in 15 years, where a Black Hawk crashed into an American Airlines plane directly over runway 33, and both the jet and the Black Hawk crashed into the icy Potomac River, where exactly 67 people passed away. And sometimes I think to myself, directly after that incident where 67 people passed away, children across the country were chanting 6-7. Now I know that what they want to tell us anyway, it has to do with a rapper and him growing up on a 67th Street or 67th Avenue, something along those lines. But we do know the music industry is very satanic, whether it's rap or pop music and so forth. So it's probably another part of this ritual. And yeah, this arch will be overlooking that same Potomac River. Going back to the 2026 Olympic arch, you can see a figure in the middle holding a staff, but you also see one statue to each of its side, which looks like to be riders on top of a horse. Going back to Trump's arch, you can see again the angel in the middle, but something to each of its side. Trump said these represent...
Where's this dumbass arch gonna be?
And eagles, which probably are more than likely the phoenix. So it's definitely very creepy. They're showing us what's coming to the United States with this demon right in the middle, this pentagram demon in the middle of the arch. But that's not all. That's not the only reference I noticed to the United States. We're also going to be talking about the United States CERN, Fermilab. So over in Washington, D.C., they have Baal Shaft, they have the Arch of Palmyra, and all they need now is the Temple of Baal. Oh, duh.
Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think with fly, think.
So we all see the arch, we all see the pentagram, we all see the ritual that's taking place here. But let's go ahead and go back to the fact-checking website to check out the excuse that they use. The article goes on to say some posts describe the structure as an upside-down pentagram and accuse organizers of engaging in ritualistic symbolism. Others pointed to the unprecedented decision to light two Olympic cauldrons simultaneously, framing it as further proof of occult intent. A fact-based examination, however, shows these interpretations rely on visual speculation rather than documented design intent. Again, don't trust those eyeballs, they're lieballs. And that's not me making a joke, that's exactly what they're saying here. This is why I greatly dislike fact checkers, because it's common sense. Of course the artists are not going to come out and say that, yeah, it was demonic, we were promoting demons. Were they expecting that? But moving on, after they go ahead and light up this pentagram fallen throne looking thing, they start to stand on top of this giant swirl. Now yes, this type of symbolism is definitely associated with the abuse of children, more specifically boys. This also reminds me of CERN's logo as well, and if you saw my breakdown when it came to the closing ceremony of the 2024 Olympics, I said it looked like one giant homage to CERN. But there was definitely something...
This video is, it's Minutes of Horror. Well, Seconds of Horror is this channel, but Minutes of Horror. We call him Florida Dad.
Very interesting that came out at the exact same time as this. As coincidence may have it, as the Olympic ceremony is taking place, we get this news. Fermilab announces 2026 artist and composer collaboration to translate particle physics into art. And just
who got booted? I missed it.
Just look at the art, look at the symbolism. Is this just, again, what the hip young crowd in the streets call a coinkerdinker? So this artwork was created by Eleutheria Lalios, I think that's how you pronounce it, and the article goes on to say, Lalios, whose work is informed by psychology, anthropology, and photography, will tackle the challenge of rendering the invisible world of particle physics into compelling visual experiences for the public in 2026. If you don't know what Fermilab is basically CERN. It is CERN. It's CERN in the United States. They will be playing a very big role between this year and 2031 as they go ahead and complete their deep underground neutrino experiment, the Dune Project. It will be the largest neutrino experiment in history. Neutrinos, they also call them ghosts and spirits, but they add particle at the end to make it sound more like science. And they will also use the most intense neutrino beam
They self-deleted. Or self-booted.
Ever. The neutrino beam will be in 2031, but they will be activating their particle accelerator between 2026 and 2029 to collect data. And we do know what happens when CERN activates their particle accelerator, their Large Hadron Collider. Not only do things get very weird, but they also said that a fourth dimensional entity, a neutrino, a spirit, had escaped. The reason why Fermilab said they're doing this is just to see what came before the Big Bang. That's all they're doing. Nothing's crossing over, nothing like that. Nothing demonic. I mean, do people honestly believe they're spending billions of dollars to mess with these neutrinos?
Yeah. Do we think they're spending billions of dollars to not do demonic shit? I mean, come on, brother.
To just find out what came before the Big Bang. Is anybody really buying that? Let's just take a look at some other articles which involve Fermilab. Like this one right here, going all the way back to September 1st, 2008. Fermilab looks for visitors from another dimension. A prototype liquid argon detector called Argonaut will pave the way for the microboon facility at Fermilab. The detection of extra dimensions beyond the familiar four.
He can stay around and learn from us. Was he being an asshole? Or you said that he left.
The three dimensions of
whatever. Elon UBI cucks.
Space and one of time would be among
We can change you, RB.
The most earth-shattering discoveries in the history of physics. Now scientists at the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory in Batavia, Illinois, are designing a new experiment that would investigate tantalizing hints.
There's no way that they would just give money, though. It's going to be something like you'll have to fucking sign up for something or do something. There's no way it's just going to be money.
That extra dimension.
We do have our own CERN in Chicago. Fermilab. I don't know if does it have a I don't know if it has a thingamabob though.
May indeed exist.
Hadron Collider.
And again, they're using things called neutrinos. It goes on to say, the mystery has focused attention on an intriguing and very unconventional hypothesis. A fourth kind of neutrino may be bouncing in and out of extra dimensions. So this is nothing new, them talking about this in extra dimensions with neutrinos, but now their experiment is complete. And they're going to go ahead and at a high rate of speed between South Dakota and Illinois, they are going to go ahead and
yeah, it does have an accelerator.
Collide these neutrinos, and they believe that this collision, and it is believed that when neutrinos collide at a high rate of speed, that it may provide proof of extra dimensions. So they're telling us that these neutrinos are keys to opening up portals. Take for example as well this article from The Guardian where scientists talk about just that. This article talks about colliding neutrinos at a high rate of speed, and it says right here, if the result is proved correct, and that is still a big if.
Schenectady has a collider? Holy shit. Are there colliders everywhere, bro?
You have to go into some relatively uncharted areas of theoretical physics to start explaining it. Our idea is that neutrinos are able to access some new hidden dimension of space, which means they can take shortcuts, which means opening up a gateway, a portal. These are nothing more than just modern day ritualists. We can see it in their artwork, in their ceremonies. But before we move on, let's take a look at some of their other artwork. I know it's been spoken about before, but I just want to go ahead and look at it really quick. Like, take for example this one. Looks like things are falling out of the sky, and this is something we have been seeing quite often, but they're calling them fireballs, meteors, and for some of them, they don't even have an excuse for. We see a bunch of demons surrounding a black cauldron. I mean, that's normal, right? Of course it is. We're talking about CERN here. Oops, I mean Fermilab, and this is exactly what they said they lit up at the Olympics, a cauldron. I mean, look at this. I get the sense I'm looking at, again, another biblically accurate angel, a seraphim, which again would have been among the fallen. Going back to the Winter Olympics, on top of the spiral, we had this, where inside this trap box, you can see a human woman and a winged male angel. I mean, does anything else really need to be said what they're trying to show us here? They are showing us the creation of the Nephilim, how these fallen angels were tempting these human women. And isn't it interesting, I mentioned this in one of my most recent videos, how we are hearing a lot of references to the book of Genesis lately. One of the biggest ones being,
would you really have to tempt human women with some male angels when they're down here dealing with human men? Am I right?
Trump's Genesis mission, but I also had spoken about this recent news article that came out about how there's this museum.
Oh, Schenectady may have had the first one. Has to do with GE. Interesting. Yeah, fucking General Electrics. Schenectady. No, Scranton is Electric City. Never mind. Schenectady's pretty tight though.
In England, they had this Egyptian tablet, and this tablet was translated to proving that giants were real. Biblical giants were indeed real, the Nephilim. And like I said in that video, I don't need a 3,300-year-old tablet to tell me that giants were real, but it is indeed very interesting timing. I mean, in the past, they would go ahead and do their hardest to try to hide this information. They would not talk about it. They would try to convince us that the giants, Nephilim, are not real. And yet now they're out in the open saying they are real. And on top of that, we have this imagery right here in the 2026 Winter Olympics, which is without a doubt the creation of the Nephilim. There was also Charlize Theron there in a black dress, and it looked like she had little wings on her back talking about peace. And we know what the Bible says about peace, and I'm talking
male devils. Male devils would tempt you. You may have already met some. I think there are a bunch walking amongst us.
Talking about peace. And it's also a very interesting choice given the fact that she played in the double.
Oh, that's right. I love that part in the Epstein files that was saying that Biden was shot by firing squad in 2019. Boy, does it feel like it, right? That shit's hilarious. I hope it's true. It would make sense, bro.
Advocate.
This is a message of peace by my beloved countryman, Nelson Mandela.
She's from South Africa too? Who the fuck isn't from Nazi apartheid South Africa? Even fucking Dave Matthews is.
Peace is not just the absence of conflict. Peace is the creation of an environment where all can flourish, regardless of race, color, creed, religion, gender, class, caste, or any other social markers of difference. Today, this message seems more relevant than ever. So let these games be more than just sport. Let them be a reminder of our common humanity, our respect for one another, and a
We're having a Howie Mandela right now, boys.
resounding call for peace everywhere.
She got lizard eyes, bro. Ah! Horrible still. What a terrible freeze frame.
And of course, they also have portal imagery there and things crossing back and forth. This is also an eerie callback to the closing ceremony of the 2024 Olympics, where I said that's nothing but an homage to CERN. We can see these dark beings surrounding what looks like a portal, and we had the Golden Voyager crossing over while the singer was singing the hymn to Apollo.
Bro, that was already. Oh yeah, the Olympics were 2 years ago, the summer ones.
And now again, we have these beings surrounding rings, which...
Yeah. No. I'm not. I'm just saying Dave's from South Africa. I'm not saying he's a Zionist, apartheid person. No, I know. He's spoken out about it since before he was even famous. I know. I'm just kidding. Dude, have you listened to the new concert from The Gorge? Dude, it's one of my favorite recordings. It's so good. And because this whole tour, at the end of every concert, he always does like a little heart-to-heart spiel. I liked his spiel at the end of this concert. It was good. Take me back. Yeah, dude. No, we love Dave around these parts.
Again, are portals with these beings inside of them.
I was just kidding. I was just saying that he's from South Africa. I wasn't saying he was a apartheid Nazi.
Just looking at this ceremony, I just get the feeling they're celebrating something about to cross over or something about to waken up. The fallen ones, the Nephilim, and again, organizations like Fermilab, CERN.
Because his whole shtick at at the end of the concert was, he goes, I think we need to be nicer to immigrants. Hell, I'm an immigrant. He made me cry last year at the Gorge on Friday night with his spiel. Fuck yeah. And I think the one from the recording is from Saturday night. Yeah. He's doing his part.
Are going to be a part of that. And at the same time, we're hearing them talk.
Yeah. You were informing the chat. Thank you.
Talk about opening things up, opening up gateways, extra dimensions. We're also hearing a lot about aliens lately, but now they're calling them no longer things from another planet or outer space, but now they're calling them interdimensional entities.
Because Tulsi Gabbard says that she believes there are aliens. Do you believe that?
You know, I don't.
The Howie Mandela effect is where everything looks prolapsed to you. Is this COVID? I forgot about that, dude. Dude, those were in the glory days. Wait, no, was the prolapsed anus, was that before October 7th? I forget. Yeah, it must have been, right?
It's interesting. I wouldn't say that I do or don't believe it. I mean, I'm a big believer that there are things out there that we can't explain. And so if another person sees an alien, maybe I see an angel or a demon. So I'm a big believer that there are like spiritual forces working on the physical world that a lot of us don't see and a lot of us don't understand and a lot of us don't appreciate. But, you know, is it aliens or is it our guardian angel?
This goes back to what...
Or guardian demons.
Aleister Crowley said when he summoned over Lamb, which looks suspiciously like a gray alien. He said today they call them angels and demons. Tomorrow they will call them something else.
LC Joe, do you get your tickets through the warehouse thing? I put in my ticket request, but it hasn't been processed yet. Got my fingies crossed.
Which they did. They started calling them aliens, but now they're going back to Aleister Crowley times where they're calling them angels and demons again, which for them, they are angels, but for most of us, they are considered demons.
The world loves its demonic symbolism almost more than the people that choose to look away when they see things like this and just write it off and dismiss it altogether. But you know, we shouldn't be surprised when things like this happen because the world is run by the devil. And all these people here, they love to show this symbolism, gloat about it. I mean, do you remember the Summer Olympics in France? With the, quote, Last Supper showing? They do this all the time. So as part of the opening ceremony, they lit one of two cauldrons. This is what it looked like. The upside down pentagram. They love this kind of stuff. But no, see the...
Yeah, way before October 7th. That's right. After Trisha, but before the Hassan fallout. Yeah, because it had to have been before the Hassan fallout, because that's when I stopped fucking with them.
The world wants to look...
The Hassan fallout was October 7th, though. No, it was after, wasn't it?
Look at this and they just want to dismiss these things.
Or no, they were fighting right up until October 7th, right? No, because they did a October 7th stream or near around then, because that's when they started fighting, right?
As it's not a big deal, especially it's interesting after we've learned so much out of a certain file dump of ritualistic behavior, blood sacrifices, these kinds of things that are driven by the demonic. The symbolism is heavy and it's deep-rooted in everything that they do. It's all to worship.
You have for many years. Well, the only reason I decided to do it, because I think that just looking at my ticket prices from last year, I was like, because it's $35 for the year or whatever, but then you don't have to buy the tickets from fucking StubHub. Well, we'll see. Hopefully. I mean, I'm assuming that I'll get what I'm asking for. We'll see. I'm just getting lawn seats for two weekends, and then I'm hoping to get I want Pitt for either the Queen show or the Long Island show. We'll see though, fingers crossed. I've never done it before. I've never done the warehouse thing before, so I don't know if you have like good odds or if it's like bad.
Their God, small g, God, small g. Kind of like this stage here, which is kind of reminiscent of another symbol that's on that side of the world, and it's all honestly referencing the devil's favorite number. The symbolism has a purpose, and they do it to gloat, they do it to worship. And don't think their locations don't have a purpose either, like this arch here, this demonic symbolism that's embedded underneath this arch. This is the Arch of Peace. Now don't forget, in the book of Revelations, the Antichrist, he ushers in peace.
So glad the U.S. government would never kidnap a little old lady related to a journalist. Only foreign leaders, right? Dude, honestly, I think it's dumber than that, and that it's all just a ploy by either Savannah's family killed their mother somehow, and they panicked and did a fucking JonBenet Ramsey, or this was always set up by the Clinton-related husband, and they're getting some fucking payout or something. But yeah, hilarious, right? Doing a ransom in 2026? What? Acting like it's 1926? Like, dude, come on.
He brokers a peace deal, right? That's part of the tribulation.
That video came from Living Free 20.1. Their symbolism is just so blatant, and they just put it all throughout their media. They are telling us what they're doing because evil cannot hide itself. Again, they always have to let us know, and what they're doing through things like Fermilab, CERN, they are ushering these things over here, trying to open up gateways. These ritualists conducting their rituals with these demons, and they mock us through these ceremonies. But before we do go ahead and end this video, I would like to give a big shout out to my sister who did turn 57. I do want to send her all my love and God bless. But in any case, thank you so much.
Shouts out
for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe.
We love you, Florida sister. Happy birthday.
If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
Okay. I saw this video and it seems kind of fun, and I think it has to do with 9/11. So it's called Why We Were Told to Hate Nickelback.
9/11
literally could not start better. First frame, first word, 9/11. You have my attention, sir.
was a pivotal point, not only politically, but also musically.
There wasn't a band on the planet that got more radio airplay than Nickelback.
How You Remind Me has been considered one of America's most played songs.
My high school band, we covered a Nickelback song. Fuck yeah, dude.
Ever.
You couldn't get away from Nickelback if you tried. I mean, you would have had to go to the moon.
They sold out arenas, sold millions of albums. They were the definition of mainstream success.
Nickelback was played more than the Beatles, more than the Rolling Stones.
But then, something...
Wait, is that why it's in the news? Is this the first ransom of Bitcoin? There's no way. There's been tons of ransoms on Bitcoin, but just in different countries probably. We definitely played How You Remind Me, but then we played one more. There's not Photograph. What was there like? There's
strange
another like second popular song. Maybe we'll hear it. Hold on.
A meme? You know what a meme is?
What's that, Nickelback?
Nickelderp. Still a better band than Nickelback, wanted for crimes against music. People started to hate them, and I mean really hate them.
That bad music makes people violent. Like Nickelback makes me want to kill Nickelback.
It was a global movement against Nickelback.
Yeah, dude, everyone collectively hated Nickelback, but they were the most popular band ever.
They were part of cancel culture before we had a name for it.
Not because of a scandal, not because of offensive lyrics, but because they existed.
It's like if the Beatles were produced by Nickelback. It's music, but it sucks.
How did Nickelback become the most hated band on the planet? And why?
The only thing I want to hear right now is
Justin Trudeau did it.
The sweet sound of this Nickelback CD cracking as I drive over it repeatedly.
Let me tell you a story. September 11th, 2001 changed everything. America went from feeling invincible to vulnerable overnight.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center.
Black Death, you got agentysopal@gmail.com? Dude, yes. Can't get in trouble for impersonating a federal agent if federal agents aren't even real. Paul, we're gonna take your job, bitch. Idiot.
Center.
Fear, uncertainty, questions about
Nickelback still fucks. I don't care what anyone says. There you go, iKind.
Safety, about the government, about the future. People were anxious, angry, looking for something to hold on to.
America today is on bended knee in prayer for the people whose lives were lost here.
In the middle of all that chaos, this song appeared.
This is how you remind me of I really am.
Nickelback's album Silver Side Up was released on 9/11, one of the darkest days in American history.
It was released on 9/11?
And they actually had to perform that night.
It was such a weird, eerie feeling. So I walked out there and I said, in one of the darkest moments in American history, please just let us be a form of distraction so you don't have to think about what's going on.
How You Remind Me became the soundtrack of late 2001. A song about frustration, regret, and feeling lost. It wasn't trying to be profound, but somehow it resonated with millions of people.
Now because of all of you, we get to stand up here and we get to do this. Thank you so much.
It hit #1 on 4 different Billboard charts at the same time. Rock stations played it every hour.
Nickelback explodes. They become absolutely ubiquitous.
All these buses lined up and all these trucks. And I'm like, who are all these people? And our tour manager comes over and goes, all those guys over there? That's your lighting crew. I'm like, who's that? Well, that's audio. Who's the guy standing right behind me? That's your new bodyguard. How big is this tour? It's the whole world, chat. I'm like, the whole world? He goes, yeah, and by the way, it's sold out.
Things are pretty good right now in the Nickelback camp.
Japan for a while, a tour in the US to Europe, and then back to the US, then over to Australia.
They just got too cool.
Oh, yeah.
So when How You Remind Me came out, I think we played 220 shows that year.
And not just platinum, Chad, triple platinum.
Nickelback! Nickelback!
And I remember I was thinking to myself, what am I gonna do with all this money? Because I just thought because I just didn't need anything.
So some people are addicted to buying purses. Some people are addicted to buying shoes. I think I'm addicted to toys. Every time I see one, I have to buy it. So I'm trying to get help for it.
By the end of the decade, How You Remind Me was officially the most played song on American radio. Not just rock, all radio. And Nickelback didn't hide what they were about. Lead singer and songwriter Chad Kroeger wrote about getting drunk on a Tuesday. Getting through everyday life. And wanting to be a rock star. Nothing poetic, just relatable situations that regular people actually experienced.
The writing session is over because we gotta play. So we gotta go. All right, buddy.
Their album All the Right Reasons in 2005 spawned 5 top 20 hits. The album went diamond with 10 million copies sold in the US alone. So they were selling out stadium tours, making millions of dollars, and living that rockstar life they literally wrote songs about. They tapped into something and people really connected with.
Maybe it was just the dumb How You Remind Me song. I thought that there was a different one that we played too, but I can't think of it.
Their music.
Maybe I'm mixing it up that it was, we definitely played How You Remind Me, but then I think the other song maybe I'm mixing up was probably a Three Doors Down song.
But all that mainstream success was exactly what made them a target.
Nickel bad, nickel hack, nickel bomb, nickel creep. It's like a meme. You know what a meme is? It's kind of just like a long-running meme.
If you're new to Nickelback memes, strap in. I tell you to play music and you play Nickelback. Friends don't let friends listen to Nickelback. This is how you
look at this graph.
Recline me. I heard you like Nickelback, so I burned your house down. They say you hear the devil if you play Nickelback.
Juice Pickle, you're about to eat a whole jar of sauerkraut? Raw dog? Dude, sauerkraut is incredible. It wasn't Photograph. I'll think of it. I think it's a different band. I think it was probably Three Doors Down. Or wait, what's the wait, was Three Doors Down, what was that guy's name? Who was the lead singer? Didn't he have his own solo career?
Words. Even
the music, I forget.
Than that, if you play Nickelback forward, you hear Nickelback. We could probably do a 30-hour video just featuring memes like that. But it proves the point, because suddenly everyone seemed to be on board hating Nickelback.
And Jarvis can play all of our favorite music. Hey, play us some good Nickelback song.
Hating Nickelback wasn't just an opinion, it was the correct opinion, the safe opinion.
I've had it with all this Nickelback hating, right? You think that makes you cool with the cool kids in school, Fred?
No, it just makes me right.
The opinion that proved you had good taste. Why Nickelback specifically? Like, what the F did Nickelback ever do to anyone?
A new study with college kids by the American Psychological Association has found there's a connection between violent lyrics and aggressive behavior.
It's May 2003, and the comedy talk show Tough Crowd airs on Comedy Central. Comedian Brian Posehn is one of the guests, and out of nowhere, he says this.
No one talks about the studies that show that bad music makes people violent. Like Nickelback makes me want to kill Nickelback.
It's just a throwaway joke, nothing clever or insightful, but the network loved it.
Makes me want to kill Nickelback, kill Nickelback, kill Nickelback, kill.
They played that clip in promos for months and months, over and over. And then
the Howie Mandel effect, confusion, redirected, righteous puddle of mud, hatred towards innocent Nickelback. Yeah, dude. Bro, they destiny swapped. Puddle of mud, destiny swapped Nickelback. You're so right. Puddle of Mud was supposed to get all this hate.
Something interesting started to happen. That joke became reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are
Pickleback.
Pickleback? Who are these dillweeds?
The music forums tore them apart. Every social media turned them into a punchline. Reddit threads dedicated entire discussions to thrashing them. That absurd look at this graph meme went viral. Someone even created a Chrome extension called Nickel Block that automatically removed any mention of the band from every website you visited. Just think about that. Someone actually spent hours coding a tool which only purpose was helping people pretend that Nickelback didn't exist. A petition in Canada demanding that they be banned from performing. They got over 50,000 signatures, more signatures than most political issues. And during the NFL playoffs,
Zuckerberg is such a dumb idiot clone. Why is he getting a pass from everyone lately? I never hear him getting dunked on lately. Yeah. Well, every 4th of July, you know, there's always the annual Zuckerberg 4th of July, you know, where he shows his new skill that he's learned, either wakeboarding or parasailing or whatever, doing his dumb water foil shit, and him flying an American flag like a big buffoon. So there's always the annual 4th of July goofage on him. And the last I saw of him is that he's paying professional jiu-jitsu guys and UFC guys to look like wimps around him to train him because he's a big fighter boy now. Hilarious.
a Detroit radio station promised that if the Lions won, they'd never play.
Now I feel bad for participating and making fun of them at times in the past. It's okay. It'll be fine, Elsie. They're rich. Chad Kroeger, at the end of the day, has the last laugh. Honestly, I bet it made him more money than if everyone liked them. He's probably like, whatever.
Nickelback again. Then a competing station one-upped them. They promised to play Nickelback non-stop for an entire day if the Lions lost. But all of this still doesn't answer the question. Why did Nickelback become a target?
Please welcome the White Stripes.
In the early 2000s, you had bands like the White Stripes, mysterious, artistic, wearing vintage suits, or the Strokes, skinny jeans with leather jackets, like perfectly messy. They looked like they just stumbled out of a New York dive bar at 4 a.m. Real rock stars were supposed to be cool, and I mean effortlessly cool. They weren't supposed to try too hard. Then you had Nickelback. Chad Kroeger had bleached blonde hair that looked like it required an entire bottle of gel every morning.
Here we've got just closet space. You know, I'm just hanging some crap up.
By the way, this is the coolest freaking jacket. Look at that jacket.
Yeah.
The band wore baggy jeans and wallet chains. They looked like they shopped at the mall. They looked suburban, like guys in a bar watching sports.
Nickelback is more like trying to get people to get the ease in the air, you know, getting everyone to have a good time and enjoy the rock show. And
but here's the thing, the people who love Nickelback's music, the ones who buy millions of albums, they like it straightforward. Simple rock music, big guitars, sing-along choruses, songs about drinking beer and relationships.
We're not wearing any underwear. Hannah girls, put out.
But here's the twist. The people who back then decided what was cool in rock music, they wanted the opposite. They wanted artists.
Kid Rock. Dude, Kid Rock existed in the same timeline and people were goofing on Nickelback. Yeah, 5% or 5 Cent Refund is a great Nickelback cover band.
Who seemed mysterious. Tom York, Julian Casablanca, Jack White, misunderstood and complicated. Too cool to care about commercial success.
Feels fucking great.
And never forget, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend's son, Julian Casablancas. Unfortunately.
There's not a day goes by where I don't fucking count
Your hands feel great. I like that.
I don't fucking count my lucky stars every day.
Nickelback committed the ultimate sin. They tried.
Straight up rockers, we can do anything we want to do. And we have not pigeonholed ourselves into a category where it has to sound like.
Chad Kroeger has openly talked about his songwriting formula in interviews. I would dissect every single song that I would hear on the radio, and I would say, why did this do so well? There's so many things that you can do to make a song stick in someone's head.
They had some knowledge of how the record industry and the music industry worked at that time.
They knew what they wanted, and they were pretty laser focused in how they thought they should get there.
Real artists weren't supposed to care about commercial success. Real artists were supposed to create for the art itself.
15-minute warning.
So the mockery exploded everywhere. Now, this is the part of the video that I will ask for 15 seconds of your time. And no, this is not a sponsor spot. This is me saying thank you, because we read all your comments, all your kind words, your constructive criticism. Yes, sometimes you're calling us out, and we see that, and we want to get better, we want to improve. And if I may ask you for one favor, I will never ask you for a lot, but I will ask you this one thing, and that's please subscribe, because it tells the algorithm that what we're doing is quite good, and that's the single best thing.
This is the important shit. This is Asa Park. Why we were told to hate Nickelback.
You can do to help us get better. Back to Nickelback.
Fuck yeah.
They were so mainstream that they were considered to be irrelevant artistically. And if you like Nickelback, well, then you didn't have very good taste.
The hate became its own thing, separate from the band almost.
I don't know anything about Nickelback, but I know that, like...
Wait. Chapel Roan is leaving the Wasserman agency because Casey Wasserman's ties to Epstein. Is she related to Debbie Wasserman Schultz? Tell me they're not related.
My friends that are super cool despise Nickelback. Yeah. Like they kidnapped the Lindbergh Baby. Yeah. You know, it's like they're they're playing music. If you don't like
Lindbergh Baby mention,
it, turn it off.
It became this weird social, cultural ritual, a way to signal you belonged in the right group. You didn't need to justify anything. Everyone seemed to agree that Nickelback was terrible, and questioning that meant questioning the entire social order. It meant risking your own credibility.
Every Wasserman is related, they say. I believe it.
So people confidently declared them the worst band in history. But the more I read about Nickelback, the bigger fan of the band I actually became. This one time, they had been booked to a festival in Portugal. They got booed out of the building.
You guys want to hear some rock and roll, or you want to go home?
Ooh, Chapel Roan is probably Ghislaine's spoiled brat kid, dude. I wouldn't doubt it if it's a Ghislaine Jeffrey Epstein hybrid. That is what Chapel Roan is. She's a JEGM hybrid. And Epstein definitely, they did not have intercourse. That was a fluid mixture of sorts. Epstein literally would do anything except for Ghislaine Maxwell. She was so desperate for it. She wanted it so bad. She couldn't even get Jeffrey Epstein to sleep with her. Damn, Ghislaine. That's fucked.
See ya.
And here's Chad Kruger's comments afterwards.
Oh, well, people were throwing stones.
Yeah, I have no idea why. We were playing a metal festival, and I have no idea what we were...
That's not right. Throwing freaking stones? Rude.
Doing there, and it was just a horrible mistake. Just we're like, you know what, I came here to see metal, I don't want to see Nickelback. And in their defense, if I went to a metal festival, I wouldn't want to see Nickelback either.
In my opinion, he seems like a really reasonable and nice guy. Hardly someone
poor Chad Kroger
to waste valuable hate on. But where does this urge to collectively hate a band come from, and why? Here's how the music industry worked in the early 2000s. You had artists who wrote and recorded songs, record labels who published them, and music critics who told everyone which ones were good and which ones were bad. The critics were gatekeepers.
Who fucking crossed off Fred Durst?
The job was filtering out bad music, so you didn't have to do it yourself. And critics really didn't like Nickelback music, but the people still loved them. So in a sense, Nickelback's rising popularity threatened the entire system. Because if millions of people genuinely enjoyed their music, what did that say about the gatekeeper's authority? If commercial success didn't require critical approval, what was the point of critics?
Yeah, dude, that if you think about it, Lucian Grange and Clive Davis not being in the Epstein files is so telling, because it's a whole different operation, but the same butthole. Exactly. I know, this is 1/1000th of what's going on, dude. This is just big old brazen Jeffrey Epstein. Imagine the guys who don't have quite the reach of Jeffrey Epstein and are a little low key, right? There's hundreds for sure of these people.
At all. A Finnish study analyzed Nickelback's career and found something interesting. The more successful they became commercially, the worse their critical reviews got. When their sales numbers went up, the review scores went down almost perfectly.
The bigger you get, the harder they want you to fall.
The music itself hadn't changed. Their style remained consistent, but the cultural position had shifted. Hating Nickelback became a signal, a way for cultural snobs to announce, I'm not like those other people.
Trump likes Nickelback.
Nickelback? You got me Nickelback? All right, fine, they'll do. Boys, get them in.
I like that they play into it, though. See, Chad's like, I don't care. He's like, I am here for the money, baby.
In there.
Saying you couldn't stand them meant that you had sophisticated taste, even if you'd never actually sat down and listened to a full album. And the beauty of it, you didn't need to defend your position. Everyone agreed that Nickelback was terrible. But the world was changing in ways we would never have predicted. The very system that created this hate machine was about to self-destruct. In the 1990s and early 2000s, if you wanted to watch television, you had NBC, CBS, ABC, Fox, and maybe a few cable channels. That's it. That meant everyone was watching and listening to the same stuff at the same time. That's called monoculture, when an entire society shares the same cultural references.
Monoculture is when it was much easier in the media environment for a single song to become pervasive throughout the world and global culture.
Why did the lizards ever get off the monoculture shit? This video is long. I thought it was 20 minutes. It is 20 minutes.
On Monday mornings at work or school, millions of people could talk about the same TV shows they all watched Sunday night. The same songs they all heard on their morning commute. You could say that pop culture was a shared language.
Yeah, Britney Spears made the biggest impact with her Sugar Pop.
The radio DJs decided what songs got played. Blockbuster decided which videos got stocked in their shelves. MTV decided which music videos got into rotation. Essentially, this was gatekeeping, and it sounds restrictive. But behind that gate was our culture, our shared reference points.
I owe Nickelback this. I owe Nickelback this moment. This is me repenting.
Our common ground. And the early 2000s were the last time the system really worked. Music critics at the Rolling Stone and Pitchfork still had real influence. Cable television could broadcast one joke about Nickelback and have millions of people see it at the same time. But then on June 29th, 2007, this happened.
A widescreen iPod with touch controls, a revolutionary mobile phone, and a breakthrough internet communications device.
Everything changed. Suddenly, the limitations disappeared. You had unlimited access to unlimited content in your pocket, available 24/7. Millions of videos, thousands of streaming shows, infinite options. And here's the crucial part. Algorithms started curating everything, specifically for you, based on what you'd already watched and liked.
In the past, we had more of this media monoculture where ideas were dictated from the top down, from tastemakers down or executives down. And now that system has totally broken down and it's more of a bottom-up cultural system.
Your friend in New York might become obsessed with K-pop. You went deep into indie folk.
There is one legit monoculture thing happening and they hate it. Fuck Israel. That's so true, Ryan.
Classmate or co-worker discovered conspiracy theory podcasts. Your sister started to binge true crime documentaries, and none of you had any idea what the others were consuming because you no longer occupied the same cultural spaces.
People around the world were posting so much and creating so much content that we needed some kind of filter for it. When there's too many posts and you're following too many people, it kind of wrecks the system because you can't keep chronological track of something. Around 2015 is when Facebook really leaned into recommendations, and everything else just followed Facebook. So once the Facebook feed became more automated, that kind of gave permission for other companies to do the same thing.
Writer Kyle Chayka called this filter world, a place where we've outsourced our taste to algorithms, where we don't discover music anymore. Now we're fed music based on what we've already liked. The algorithm doesn't challenge us or surprise us. It just gives us more of the same.
Lazy. We don't want to get too far out of our comfort zones. And these algorithmic platforms make it so easy to not do that.
We don't have to choose exactly what to listen to. We just have to passively consume what the algorithm is offering to us.
And when everyone's algorithm...
Everyone who likes geese, that's literally just the algorithm feeding you the next fucking Nepo baby band.
...is different. Everyone lives in their own reality, their own bubble, their own versions of culture. Culture is now splintered into a million micro communities, and the monoculture has died. And with it, died the ability for everyone to agree on anything. And that's when it occurred to me that we're never going to have another Nickelback. Like we will never have another most hated band in the world. There's an important question that we haven't answered. What did this hate actually do to Nickelback? Every joke kept Nickelback in circulation. Every meme was free publicity.
Little do they know, they've contributed to our longevity.
Every viral moment reminded people that Nickelback existed. And while other bands from the 2000s disappeared, Nickelback stayed relevant.
Yeah.
They never stopped touring.
Nickelback's still winning.
Never stopped making albums. They never apologized. Never tried to be cooler. They outlasted the joke.
You know, say what you want, but like all those bands that we came up with that didn't get the hate, they're just gone.
When's the last time you thought about Hoobastank or Puddle of Mud or any of the other post-grunge
Hey, there's a lot of Hoobastank lovers still to this day.
Bands from that era? Rolling Stone magazine laid off most of its staff. Pitchfork got absorbed and gutted. Meanwhile, Nickelback just announced a new tour.
Damn.
Nickelback might have been the last band that united us, even if what united us was hatred. And there's something almost poetic.
Dude, pickle crack, that sounds like an amazing, like... Ooh, imagine this. Instead of potato chips, you have pickle chips, and they've got, like, crazy salt and vinegar pickle seasoning on them, right? Pickle crack.
Beautiful about that, because in our fragmented world, we can't agree on anything. Not politics, not values, not even basic facts. So for Nickelback to be universally hated, maybe it isn't such a bad thing after all.
It's time to accept what we already know. Nickelback is fucking amazing.
This journey took me down this rabbit hole where
Ryan Reynolds likes Nickelback? Fuck, it's cool to hate Nickelback again, boys.
Learned about filter world, like essentially the world we're living in today. And this is such a big question, and I haven't thought about it this deeply before, but I want to hear your opinion. To some extent,
did Hoobastank mean like whose butt stank? Yeah, right? What is Hoobastank? Oh, 1 minute warning.
It's a good thing that we don't have the gatekeepers anymore.
What was that Dave song we were talking about earlier? I can't remember.
But maybe the gatekeepers weren't that bad, because if we changed it with the algorithms, maybe that's worse. And if you, by any chance, enjoyed this video, please check out our latest video over here. And don't forget to subscribe, like, share the video with someone you know, all that good stuff. Thank you so much, and see you for the next one.
Nice, bro. Freaking noise. Wait.
9/11 was a pivotal point, not only politically.
Oh, great. Jesse uploaded this. He uploaded this 2 minutes ago. Jesse knew that we needed this for 9/11. Isn't that awesome? The collective consciousness is coming online. Happy 9/11, boys. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Light your bongs and listen to this Jesse tune in a parking garage. Ryan Reynolds has a fire dancer Dave Matthews tattoo. Oh my god. Fucking A. Never forget, boys.
I always knew you were a Pisces, even before I knew your name. You told me you were in your prime. Told you I was in my pain. They say don't build it if you ain't building it from stone. I can measure happiness by the miles I'm away from home. Old friends acting like you've lost your touch. They always liked you just a little, never liked you that much. If they lied to you back then, what's that just to know now? What's the sense in happiness when you're used to being this let down?
Damn, bro. Okay.
I always knew I had a feeling, even sometimes it looked like proof. But it ain't the kind of thing you say out loud, 'cause you don't want it to be true. You say don't kill it if you ain't gonna use the bones. I can measure misery by the miles I'm away from home. Old friends acting like you lost your touch. They always liked you just a little, never liked you that much. If they lied to you back then, what's the trust in them now? What's the use in happiness when you're used to feeling this let down? Who among us has not been betrayed? Was not bought and sold. Justice is a mystery. It's working out on a time of its own. Don't tarry, don't tarry. Old friends acting like you lost your touch. They always liked you just a little, never liked you that much. But they lied to you back then. What's the trust in them now? What's the use in happiness when you're used to feeling this low down?
Noise. Happy 9/11, boys. Thanks for letting us celebrate, Jesse.
Once upon a time,
Some Alan Watts?
there was a country parson.
What do you guys want to watch? There's an Alan Watts video. There's a fucking Pogs video. What is this? Hold on. Where'd it go? The rise and fall of 90s cardboard craze. When Pogs ruled the 90s. Here's what happened. Okay, that's an option.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving into a playground craze of the 1990s. Pogs. How a stack of cardboard caps took over recess and then disappeared almost overnight.
Dude, Pogs were crazy. That was a crazy time. Fall of the Cabal. Isn't that like 10 hours long, dude? What's it on? Rumble? The End of the World. Is this it? 3 hours? Yeah, is this it? It's dedicated to Q. Oh my God. It's dedicated to Jeffrey Epstein. Not a great start, bro. Is this shit playing? $20-minute episodes on Hope Stella YouTube channel. This one? All right, here we go. I can do a fucking. Wait, all these are all mixed up. We focus on the identity of the Cabal as promised. Years of research have gone into this documentary. Still, we urge you to do your own research and double check everything we present to you. That is the only way to truly wake up to the truth. Please keep watching until the end.
I ended my 10-part documentary about the fall of the Cabal with a promise. A promise to dive deeper into the story behind the darkness in this world we live in. What happened?
Episode 3 is the Hitler was a Rothschild one.
How did we get to this point? Who is the Cabal? And what is their exact agenda? Are you ready to go further down the rabbit hole? Well, fasten your seatbelts, for this is going to be one heck of a ride. Those who rule the world, those truly in command, are referred to as the Illuminati or Cabal. Not many people are aware of their presence, let alone their identity. We have grown to believe that our countries are ruled by presidents, by kings and queens, and governments. But the truth is, these are mere puppets on a string.
Puppet lizards.
Who pull the strings? This small yet mysterious and elusive group.
Woke gay Marxist, first time chatter. I do my own research, liberal. Don't you fucking call me a liberal. Get out of here, you fucking racist. The Illuminati made eat 5 cookies. Made me eat 5 cookies. Bro, what? Don't come in here and slander us with liberal hate speech.
form shadow governments and who play the world and all of humanity like gods playing
10-1,
chess.
BRB. Calm down, woke gay
Is the
Marxist.
cabal for real? Or is it just a myth, blown out of proportion by conspiracy theorists looking for a common enemy? The cabal is very real. The evidence can be found throughout history, abundantly. This story covers thousands of years. It is crucial information to understand the modern-day cabal and the evil we are dealing with. Not only that, it is the only way I can possibly reveal to you the best kept and most shocking secret in the history of mankind. Let's go all the way back in history to the most ancient civilization on Earth, Sumer. Ancient Sumer, 7 millennia ago. What we know stems back from the early writings on clay tablets, written down in cuneiform script. The Sumerian civilization was a highly developed and advanced society with grand cities, temples, and pyramids. Archaeological findings tell us the cities had amazing mosaics, elaborate streets, housing blocks, indoor plumbing, toilets with water flushing systems, and much more. The Temple of Inanna at the ancient city of Uruk still baffles us today with its splendor, its vibrant colors and depictions of strange animal creatures. Inanna was the ancient Sumerian goddess associated with love, beauty, sex, war, and political power. She was later worshipped by the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians under the name of Ishtar or Asherah. Many researchers now believe she was Isis of the Egyptians, Diana of the Greeks, and Venus of the Romans. She was the consort of Baal, the deity who demanded child sacrifice. We shall later see whether this is true or not. The ancient culture of Sumer and its polytheistic religion expanded.
What are the 5 cookies? Is that at Skull and Bones? What, when all the dads jizz on the cookies and make their sons eat it? Is that what you're talking about? You did that? I mean, I guess you are a woke gay Marxist. That makes sense.
Towards the northwest into Babylonia, then even further west.
But it's your dad's, you know, it's weird.
It went to what we now know as Canaan and Phoenicia.
Someone called me a lib yesterday for hate watching the TP USA halftime show. I took offense to that. The only thing I identify as is a Peaky Blinder. A fucking Peaky Blinder! Yeah, you're watching it, Lori? Hell yeah, dude.
About this group later. There was a second group. They went further north, all the way to the region we now call Ukraine and southern Russia, between the Black Sea
and like Poland
and the Caspian Sea. There they took on the name Khazars and called their new homeland the Kingdom of Khazaria.
Is Poland kind of where Khazaria is? Or no?
After their ancestors. Joseph Chagan, king of the Khazars, explained in a letter to the foreign secretary of the Caliph of Cordoba, Hasdai ibn Chaprut, that his people were direct descendants from Japheth, son of Noah.
You sang We Are Charlie Kirk to your kitty cats the rest of the night? Dude, I think I sang it to my cats too when I was done. When I went and snuggled with them for a minute. Because they're usually all laying on the bed together when I'm streaming. They gotta be in whatever room I'm not in. They're all about it. They'll be in the bedroom the whole day, and then when it's time to go to bed, they're like, oh, the bedroom's so boring. Let's go lay out in the living room, guys. Rats. They don't even love their pop.
Right at the center of the northwestern Silk Road. Merchants who traveled through Khazaria had to pay toll, a lucrative way to swell the coffers of the kingdom.
That's not true. Winky Bear has been being such a snuggle bug. Whenever I'm laying on the couch, I have to be laying. Oh, that's not true. She comes up when I'm sitting now. But if I'm on the couch, seated, she comes and lays up right next to me, which is big for that little feral, scared girl. And Squeaks have been getting to lay on me, too, for a little bit. Not very long, but... like 3 months before each of them dies, they'll start acting normal and be like cuddle cats. That's my curse.
The Khazars were different than the peoples from the surrounding countries.
I found out one of my favorite old lady cats, I didn't find out that she liked getting her tail pulled until like a couple months before she passed away. But she would literally stand at the end of the bed waiting for me to just pull on her tail so it would yank her butt around. And then she'd just rub her head on whatever's close by. She yearned for the tail pull. So funny.
They were described as thieves and spies. They were said to be lawless people who lived a life of sin, of sexual extremities, and of cruelty. They would murder travelers from other countries and adopt their identity. They were masters of deceit. And, last but not least, they were said to worship Baal, also referred to as Moloch, a representation of Lucifer that demanded child sacrifice. In return, Baal was said to reward them with riches, with fame and fortune. The neighboring countries despised them. They hated their sacrificial rituals in which they threw babies into the flames or cut them open to drink their blood and eat their flesh, claiming it
literally sounds like the Trump Epstein emails. 1 jar of sauerkraut down? Jesus Christ, are you going for a record tonight? What are we talking about? 16 ounces? How big's a jar? Like a big mason jar? Or a little mason jar? Normal size? Epstein's bank account was named Ball. Nice. Yeah, dude, your gut biome doesn't know what the fuck's about to hit it. Yeah, you're about to turn into... you're kimchiing yourself.
gave them incredible power and energy and eternal youth. Urged by these surrounding peoples, the Russian ruler knew he had to do something. In the year 600, he warned their king, Bulan, that their Luciferian practices had to end.
Yeah.
He told him they had to convert to either Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. The choice was his. Bulan chose Judaism. But he did not really convert. He merely took elements from Judaism and forged them into his own Luciferian belief. King Bulan and his people lived on and prospered. Nothing much had changed, except for the fact that for outsiders they now called themselves Judeans, which they were not. Mind you, the name Jew wasn't invented until the 18th century. 4 centuries went by. In 965 AD, the Russian ruler, Grand Prince of Kiev, Sviatoslav I, felt they had gone too far with their continued devil worshipping and child sacrifice. He decided to wipe them out. But the Khazars had their spies everywhere, and the Russian cunning plan was brought to the ears of the Khazarian king, who, just in time, fled the country with his 25 wives and 60 concubines, all of the nobility, plus an enormous amount of gold and silver. The entire exodus...
60 concubines, bro? Calm down. How much time does that guy have?
Royalty and nobility went via Hungary to Poland, then from Germany southward to France and Spain. Everywhere they went, some were left behind. In order to reveal their true identity, they called themselves Ashkenazi Judeans, knowing very well that their new home countries would not exactly be eagerly awaiting Luciferian Khazars. Ashkenaz, by the way, was the name of a region.
King Solomon had 700 concubines? That's too many concubines.
And they inhabited during their...
I could handle 4 concubines max.
Migration from Sumer to Babylonia to the Caucasus. Like all regions at that time, this one too was called after the descendants of Noah. Ashkenaz being a grandson of Japheth and great-grandson of Noah. Now don't worry, you don't have to remember any of this. We just need to tell you from a historical point of view. It does explain a lot though, as Japheth, son of Noah, had 2 grandsons, Ashkenaz and Togarma, who became arch-enemies according to rabbinic literature. Now the people we are dealing with here descended from Togarma, yet they adopted the name of their arch-enemy, Ashkenaz. Why?
What?
We will soon find out. Just remember this, it was all by design. The Ashkenazim settled in their new homelands and swore to rebuild their empire. In no time, they built up an empire of wealth and influence. After all, they were the royalty and nobility of the ancient bloodlines of Sumer and Babylonia. They had the startup capital, so to speak. They swore to take revenge on Russia, the country they had been expelled from. Their revenge...
No one human could make use of more than, like, 30 concubines. Oh, as a woman in a house of women, not for the men. I like that. Okay, cool. The concubines are for their own. Yeah, that's an expensive-ass Valentine's Day, bro.
Also stretched out to the Jews, as in the original people from Judea. Why? Because back in the time of Princess Jezebel, during a situation in which 2 deities were challenged, they chose Yahweh over Baal. That was their death sentence, as the Khazarian...
Why does Yahweh always shorten to YHWH? Just because it looks cool? Is it really that much extra to add the 2 A's? Or is it an A and an E? I forget.
Ashkenazim would never forget nor forgive.
Yeah, the word concubine is wild. True.
Within a few years after they had settled in Europe, they formed an absolute master plan. A plan so big, so intelligent. And
Solomon had 700 wives and only 300 concubines? Dude, I feel like your the wife to concubine ratio's off there. More wives than concubines? That's odd. That doesn't seem right. Interesting choice, I guess.
So evil, it would change the fate of the world forever. One of the Khazarian families that had joined the exodus from Khazaria was the Rothschild family.
Oh,
that's right,
damn.
the Rothschild.
Did you hear that? Did you hear her roll that fucking R? Rothschild.
I talked about in part 2 of my previous series. They settled in Frankfurt, Germany, where they became wealthy.
Where's Peter Thiel born? I mean, hatched. Frankfurt. Same with Mr. Beans.
Powerful through trade and banking. They called southern Germany Ashkenaz as a tribute to their ancestry. They offered notes to travelers who left behind their gold and silver, safely stored in the vaults of the Rothschilds, banknotes against deposits. This way they collected an unprecedented amount of riches that, combined with the interest they received, were further used to extend their wealth and thus their power. Meyer Amschel Rothschild had 5 sons who became powerful bankers in 5 large cities: Frankfurt, London, Paris, Vienna, and Naples. In no time, they gained financial power over all of Europe. They became the personal bankers of kings and queens. They even became the treasurers of the Vatican. Before we continue with an event in the 18th century that has been deliberately erased from our history books, we have to pause this storyline and go back to the early Middle Ages for a second storyline. The two will meet during this 18th century event. And
oh, it's because ancient Hebrew was written without vowels. Interesting. I didn't know that. That's cool.
when they do, things will fall into place, I promise. We'll start in the age of the Crusades. In 1048 AD, an organization was founded that we refer to as the Order of Malta. They were founded in Jerusalem. Their goal was dual. One arm of the order ran a hospital in the Holy Land to tend to Christian pilgrims. The other arm was military, tasked by Rome to protect Christians against the local Muslim population. Their symbol, the equal-armed Maltese cross. During the first 50 years of their existence, Jerusalem was Muslim territory. The amount of Christian pilgrims who went to Jerusalem was limited, even by Islamic law. In 1096 AD, the first of 9 wars broke out. They became known as the First Crusade. The Crusades were religious wars initiated and supported by the Roman Catholic Church. Their goal was to recover the Holy Land from Islamic rule. 3 years after the Crusaders had left for the Holy Land, this goal was achieved. Guthrie de Bouillon and his brother Baldwin, leaders of the First Crusade, became rulers of Jerusalem. The Crusades may have been
Did you guys ever watch The Last Kingdom? That Netflix show? That show was pretty dope. I like that shit.
romanticized in literature and movies, but the truth is, they were insane.
You're welcome, Alex. What are you welcome for?
Religious wars focused on nothing but death, destruction, and forced conversion.
You're not supposed to be able to pronounce Yahweh? That's why it's spelled like that? Huh.
An estimate of nearly 2 million people died. In 1118, a French knight by the name of Hugh de Payan founded a military order together with 8 relatives and friends. They called the order the Poor Knights of the Temple of King Solomon, later known as the Knights Templar. This order sprang forth from a secret society called the Prieuré de Sion, the Priory of Zion, an order that, by the way, is still alive and active today. With the support of the King of Jerusalem, the Knights Templar set up headquarters on the sacred Temple Mount. Their official goal was to protect pilgrims on their way from Europe to Jerusalem. In and of itself, this is fascinating. 9 knights were officially appointed to protect Christian pilgrims over a distance of 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers. God only knows how they did it. Their not-so-official goal was to rebuild the Temple of Solomon that had been destroyed in 586 BC by the king of Babylon.
And now they're building it next to the White House. Let's fucking go, bro.
Nebuchadnezzar. Why this was so important to them, we will show later on. In 1129, the Order of the Knights Templar received the official support of the Roman Catholic Church. The order grew abundantly, and donations came pouring in from all over Europe. The knights adopted a code of conduct in which they swore unfailing obedience to the master. According to researchers, the principle of obedience made the Knights Templar lethal. They acted swiftly and with certainty to do as they had been commanded.
Who are the modern day Templars? I mean, it's the CEOs, it's the Izzies, it's all these Nancy descendants, it's the Mormons, bro. There's so many, right? Aren't they? They're spread out everywhere, dog. They won.
A force of Templars became an extension of the will of its commander, the Grand Master. At the height of their power, the Order of the Knights Templar comprised of almost 20,000 members. Only 10% were armed knights. The other 90% took care of infrastructure and logistics. Even though the knights had sworn to a life of poverty, the order was
my fucking dick and balls.
Excessively rich, owning large plots of lands, farms, vineyards, mills, horses, arms, equipment, the island of Cyprus, and an impressive fleet of ships. All the way from Europe.
Hey, that looks like Christopher Columbus's ship.
To Jerusalem, in every city, they had monasteries, castles, churches, universities. They were so powerful, they did not need to obey local laws. They could pass freely across all borders. They didn't have to pay taxes, and they were exempt from all authority except that of the Pope. Furthermore, everything they took from the Muslim population that they subjugated and murdered on their way was given to the order. Did they have these privileges in writing? Oh yes, Pope Innocent II took care of everything by signing the papal bull Omne Datum Optimum in 1139. All the order had to do was swear obedience and allegiance to the Pope.
Wait. I just got a tweet notification. Wait, this is old. Sorry, I got excited. Fox News posted that Savannah posted a new video, but it's just her old video. Not false alarm. Sorry. Apologies.
There was one area, though, in which the Templars truly excelled. Banking. They had a network of banks in many countries that enabled pilgrims to deposit assets in their home countries and withdraw funds in the Holy Land. By the 13th century, the Templars had become such competent and trusted bankers that European kings and nobles who embarked on crusades to the Holy Land often forwarded large cash sums to the Templars that could be withdrawn later so they could pay their armies. The Templars even gave out loans to rulers. They excelled in everything they did, for which they were overloaded with donations, gifts, fame, and fortune.
Cucks.
However, in the
and guess what? They had all of the knowledge too, because they killed and raped and tortured everyone and stole it all.
Early 14th century, the Knights Templar met their final destiny. King Philip IV of France. This man was heavily indebted by the order. When he asked for even more loans, the order refused. King Philip decided it was time for the Knights Templar to meet their maker. On Friday the 13th of October 1307, a multitude of knights were arrested, including their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay. After years of imprisonment, he and many others were burned at the stake. Medieval documents state that Molay called out a curse over the king and the Pope, Clement V, who had failed to protect them against the wrath of the king, and who had even dissolved the order through his papal bull, Vox in Excelso. Although the Pope dissolved the order, he did not formally condemn it.
My dick.
Which would have been normal in those days. 1 month later, Pope Clement died. 8 months later, King Philip died. Ironically, the Pope's body was burned to ashes by a fire that was caused by
Oh, that's right. This week is Friday the 13th. Hell yeah.
lightning that struck the church where he was lying in state. The king died of a stroke he suffered during a hunt. But, contrary to what our history teachers have told us, the Order of the Knights Templar did not end here. New orders were founded with new names that were basically the continuation of the Knights Templar. Think Military Order of Christ in Portugal, Supreme Order of Christ in Italy, and so on and so forth. In every European country, the Knights Templar simply lived on the way they had, as if nothing much.
Yeah, Rosicrucians, look at these Rothschild, these Red Cross motherfuckers, these Switzerland ass having loser ass, money grubbing bank ass bitches.
Much had changed. Only the order names had. The Order of the Rosicrucians appeared, founded by Christian Rosenkreuz, a German aristocrat. Was it connected to the Knights Templar?
The Knights Temple! Oh my god, dude, you're so right.
Templar? Absolutely. The sign of the equal-armed cross of the Knights Templar was combined with a rose. It can be found in medieval churches across France, Spain, and Portugal. Yet another secret order was founded in 1534. 2 centuries, 2 decades, and 2 years after the official dissolution of the Order of the Knights Templar, the Jesuit Order. The Jesuit Order was a Catholic religious order founded in Paris. Make no mistake though, the Jesuit Order was not an order of pious monks worshipping Jesus from within the walls of their safe monasteries. It was a military order of extremists who had sworn an oath of absolute submission and obedience to the Pope and to their superior general. Let's have a look at their initiation oath. I declare that I have no opinion or will of myself, but without hesitation I will obey every command I receive from my superiors in the Pope's and Jesus Christ's militia. I promise further and declare that when the opportunity arises, I will conduct a ruthless war, secretly or publicly, against all heretics, Protestants and liberals, as I am instructed to do, to exterminate and destroy them of the whole earth, and that I will not spare age, sex or class, and that I will hang up, burn, boil, cook, Peel, strangle, and bury these shameful heretics. Rip the stomachs and wombs of their wives and crush the heads of their children against the wall for the purpose to destroy their horrible race forever. If this cannot be done openly, I will secretly administer the cup with poison, the strangling rope, the steel of the dagger, or the leaden bullet, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the person or persons, as I will at any time be instructed by an agent of the Pope or superior of the Brotherhood of the Holy Faith of the Order of Jesuits. In confirmation of which I hereby dedicate my life, my soul, and all of my corporal powers, and with this dagger which I now receive, I will subscribe my name written in my own blood, in testimony thereof. And should I prove false or weaken in my determination, may my brethren and fellow soldiers of the militia of the Pope cut off my hands and my feet, and my throat from ear to ear, my belly opened, and sulphur burned therein, with all the punishment that can be inflicted upon me on earth, and my soul be tortured by demons in an eternal hell forever. Not exactly what you would expect from an order of Jesus, right? Mind you, when we refer to the Jesuit order in relationship to the Cabal, we are not talking about the lower segments of the order. I personally know of Jesuit priests...
The Knights of 10 Pauls. No. That's 11 too many Pauls.
...are wonderful human beings and who've brought a lot of beauty and wisdom into this world. What we're referring to here is the top of the pyramid, the absolute elite of the order, better known as the Jesuit Council. Documents from the Golden Age show us that the Jesuit order grew into an extremely powerful group of men. Their influence went far beyond the religious world. It stretched all the way into the secular. They infiltrated the old Masonic lodges. The Masons were skilled tradesmen in the construction trade. They worked with their hands. They worked hard.
Dude, fucking were they actually, though? I kind of don't believe it at all.
Physical labor. The infiltrated Jesuits were allowed to join because of their contributions in the area of architecture, science, and arts. They were called the Free and Accepted Masons, hence the name Freemasons.
Stolen valor. Stolen fucking valor. They didn't build shit, dude.
Freemasons were wealthy men with a special knowledge of architecture. It is known that they were especially interested in the Temple of Solomon.
That fucking dude have 6 fingers?
Masons. The Freemasons were wealthy men.
He does. He's got a thumb. He's got a vagina inside of his hand. He's got 2 fingers, and a pinky finger. The hell? Dude, the engravings and shit and the alchemical texts and all the woodcuts and stuff were metal as fuck. This like half skull, half person thing rules.
With a special knowledge.
This mudra where he's holding the scales is sick too. He's got like 3 thumbs and he's going. Can't even do it. Close enough.
Knowledge of architecture. It is known that they were especially interested in the Temple of Solomon, just like the Knights Templar. Furthermore, they were focused on the preservation of esoteric knowledge, for instance, about the Kabbalah. The fascination with the Temple of Solomon is not the only link between the Freemasons and the Knights Templar. Even today, the York Rite administers 3 orders of Masonry, one of which is the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar of the York Rite is a military branch of the Freemasons, just like the medieval order of the Knights Templar. They both have the symbol of the equal-armed Red Cross. So, in short, the Freemasons were a highly secretive group of powerful Jesuits who had infiltrated the countless Masonic lodges across the world. They founded their own umbrella lodge in 1717, the Premier Grand Lodge of England, and that would turn out to be their salvation. What happened? The Jesuits had become way too powerful to the liking of 80 heads of states worldwide who obviously felt threatened by the powerful order. They banned the order and put pressure on the Pope, Clement XIV, to do the same. In 1773,
this song goes hard as fuck. This is putting me in the zone.
the Pope succumbed to their demand. He promulgated the Dominus Ac Redemptor, the Bull of Extinction, that put an end to the Jesuit order. It seems indeed history repeated itself.
Dude, you're practicing feet mudras? That's pretty sick. What, there's not a bunch of different kinds? These are hands. Bro, what the fuck? You ever seen... Look at these feet. Damn, bro.
But guess what? It didn't end there. Just like the Knights Templar before them, they continued using another name. In this case, the Freemasons. 1 year after his betrayal of the Jesuits, Pope Clement was murdered by poisoning. Just like the Luciferian Khazars, the Jesuits too, and their predecessors like the Knights Templar, had a taste for revenge. Now we promise there are two storylines.
The music's like Alice in Chains if they were Baroque monks. Dude, there's this guy on TikTok that's been making taking heavy metal songs and then playing them on a what is it called? A lyre or a lute? Are those two different things? You know, the one with like the circle body and it's all double stringed. He was playing like some Tool on it. It sounds awesome. And then he names it all names that would be in like Game of Thrones, like a pub band playing in Game of Thrones. I wish I remembered his name because I won't be able to find it.
Would come together at an historical event that would massively impact the world. We have finally reached that point. Do you want to know what happened? Follow me to part 2.
Yeah. All right, we'll watch more of that on Wednesday. That was pretty good actually. But let's watch. We haven't watched what's his face? My ad break. I want to watch that timeline video. We'll wrap up on that.
Located at 730 North Wabash Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, We have the Holy Name Cathedral, a palace that was not built when they tell us it was. It was built before our timeline began. It was found and given a brand new story, a story that tells all of us that this massive church replaced an even earlier one in 1875. One that was, of course, burned down and destroyed in the Chicago Great Fire. And this picture, if we're just looking...
Dude, I'm saying, for real, I need backstory on why Nancy was a fighter pilot. Why? What was going on there? What, she got secret Top Gun clearance? Why?
At it. It definitely looks AI generated if you ask me. With multiple renovation projects. We all know that renovation...
Our favorite year. One of them. Yeah, Big Mouse, Big Mouse. There we go. 1888.
Projects. We know that those really mean destruction projects. Because we all know that the old world does not need our help. And then they have yet another fire in 2009 that caused major damage to the roof and interior of the church.
Dude, wait, who's making stroganoff? Oh. I already said what I'm making, stir fry. I'm freaking so hungry. I'm gonna soy sauce it up. I got some rice vinegar. I got some freaking... What else did I get? I have sriracha. I got so many different kinds of veggies. I'm gonna stir fry the shit out of them. I even got a wok, dude. Well, I had a wok. I didn't get one, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna wok it up. I got some brown rice. I usually get white rice. Brown rice is probably dope, right? I mean, I know brown rice is dope. I don't think I've ever cooked brown rice, though. I've always just done white rice.
We get this fake AI-generated story here. A story that honestly takes zero talent. There's no creativity.
Oh, I got cashews to top it. Oh! It's gonna be fire.
In it. It's the same story. It's the same fire destroyed the first one, renovation projects, and then...
You know what I could fucking slam, though? That I was thinking about earlier? Tamales. Oh my god. I would eat like 47 tamales right now. Ooh, right? Tamales always hit.
And the new one just appears out of thin air in the 1800s. By a donkey riding, no light living society, and a palace is here forever. And we all know that that's not even the best part. This cathedral is something that none of our towns, or cities for that matter, have ever built again. It was constructed in just...
What do you mean they're a psyop? I mean, they grow... Yeah, they're like a fruit thing. Or, I mean, they look like a bell pepper, and then it's just the nut inside of the bell pepper. Or no, it's like at the very bottom, right? There's a whole fruit attached to it, and they literally throw the fruit out.
1 year. 16 months.
Yeah, I do fuck with quinoa. Well, I'll order it sometimes if I order like something that would have quinoa in it. But yeah, I should think about getting some quinoa too. Spice it up a little bit.
From start to finish, with the cornerstone being laid in 1874, July, and the dedication November 1875. We all got graded on this nonsense.
Dude, Rojas and Verde. You got to get equal 2 of each at least, if not 3 or 4.
I'm about to show you just how impossible this is. And then I'm going to email the Chicago History Museum. And I'm about to ruin the mainstream story hour forever. We want the documents. It's time to show us exactly how many hammers and chisels were purchased. Their story hour is done. Let's run this story right through their AI system, their ChatGPT. and just see if that 16-month timeline in the 1800s is even close to possible. I want everyone to also know that this cathedral, 100%, it has a basement, which means that there are most likely tunnels. And in construction, the basement comes first, not the cornerstone on the land. A basement must be excavated and built before the cornerstone is laid. This is undeniable. The basement has to come first. The cornerstone is a ceremonial.
Dude, Paul goes to Taco Bell and just orders nacho chips and cheese. That's it. He just gets chips and cheese and nacho cheese because he has never tried tacos because he thinks that they're weird. And he just by chance found out that he likes the nacho chips and the cheese, but he won't ever try a taco.
Marker placed after the basement is already there. You can't be putting a basement in after you already.
And then he gets 20 Cinnabon Delights.
Put the cornerstone into place. And this means that construction did not begin in 1874 like they're trying to tell us. And this is a complete lie. Because either significant construction took place before the cornerstone, and this is totally excluded from the story.
Dude, I'm fucking serious. They better not be lying to us, okay? If they are, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Ooh, Baba Ganoush is something that I always forget about how easy it is to make and how fucking good it is. Yeah, because, dude, when you make your own Baba Ganoush, too, you can put a disgusting amount of garlic in. Ooh. All right, I'm going to add that. That's going to be my next grocery store run. I'm going to get shit to make Baba Ganoush. And then you toast up the pita bread. Oh, man. That's a whole meal. Dude, I'm an adult. I could make myself an entire Baba Ganoush dip just for myself. And eat the whole thing as like a meal. Just to me. Yeah, with the naan. Oh. Brother. Dude, I bet you could make Baba Ganoush almost like a Baba Ganoush artichoke dip. I feel like those two worlds might work, right?
Or the construction timeline is a lie. Both of these options cannot be false, and we know this. The 16-month construction timeline begins at the cornerstone. There's a basement, so the cornerstone is placed after the construction was already started. Therefore, the timeline that we're all given in the story.
I like his my lunch break arrow upgrade. I like this better than the green one.
It completely excludes real construction. We get zero information on the basement construction. So the question we have to ask is, why didn't the construction timeline begin with the basement? Why didn't they put this in the story? Why are they excluding that part of it and just starting the construction timeline with the cornerstone? Their story is completely illogical and missing an entire floor of the building. And at this point, we have to ask.
Will Paul ever order a quesadilla with extra queso on it? And he says, grassy ass.
Is it just one level? How much bigger is this building than we can see? How many floors are underneath this structure? What is underground? Where does this cathedral connect to? We all know about the tunnels in Chicago. There's thousands of miles, we are told, leaving the basement completely out of the construction narrative. It's very interesting. 16 months is what we're told, from start to finish. And we know that this timeline doesn't even represent all of the structure. There are also zero details that would have made this story logical. There are zero surviving records stating how many horses were used in the construction. The narrative doesn't talk about a single construction ledger There are no purchase orders. We have no idea how much water these horses were drinking. They're AI.
Bro, who is my lunch break always yelling at?
Thinks that dozens of horses
I guess I'm probably always this loud.
would have needed to be operating daily, often organized, in teams of 2
No, it's not loud. It just sounds like he's kind of shouting at someone.
to 4 per wagon, hauling thousands of tons of material, moving it multiple times from the quarry to the rail to the wagon to the site.
I didn't do
where
shit,
a horse
bro.
can only pull 1 to 2 tons, and it's even less in the winters, which we all know that Chicago is amazing. If you love being stuck inside your house and seeing snow on the ground for 6 months, good luck walking in the snow, let alone getting Seabiscuit the donkey to get out there in negative 10 degrees, 10 inches of snow, and then
Look at these poor fucking horses. Why are they slip sliding on the ground?
get that wagon rolling down the unplowed dirt road. We have a massive palace.
They broke ground here 1874, July of 1874, and it was completed in 16 months. So it was a very quick construction.
How is all of this with the horses and the wagons pulling thousands of pounds of stone? How is all that excluded from the story every single time? Wouldn't that be like the main part of the story? That's an incredible achievement.
Why is that shit broken, bro? What is going on?
Especially getting it done in the timeline that we're told. And remember, this is an animal, so we all know that it needs water, where each horse is drinking 5 to 10 gallons of water per day. Now let me just go over here and check this story one more time for the horses. Drinking 5 to 10 gallons of water per day part. Yeah, I'm not seeing one story about a horse. What a joke. Not a single narrative ever accounts for this. Never. We've never seen it. You would think that one time, one of these narratives would have mentioned a horse.
Just show me the horse building the cathedral and I'll believe it. Just show me a picture of a horse with a hammer chiseling out the bricks for the cathedral.
Never gotten it.
I'll believe a lot of shit. I just want to see a little evidence. Show me BoJack Horseman wielding the hammer.
In 1875, they set up a nice drinking water spot for the horses that were all hard at work. And if they didn't do this, they would have died. Not a single time ever.
Bro, this is so clearly just them repairing shit. Look, all the windows are boarded up. What the fuck? There's a hole in the roof. They're like, yeah, it's construction. We boarded up the windows and then we put in the stained glass.
We never get that part of the story. And then when you dig out a basement, you need to remove a massive amount of earth, putting all the dirt in the back of the wagon in the 1870s. And then you have to dump it somewhere.
Shut up. That's really a thing? My favorite lie is that the Mormon women sacrificed their fine china to help design the outside of the SLC temple. What? They say that? Isn't it like white granite? What do you mean? There's like everything's just made out of like circular plates. Hoof tools, yeah, dude. Show me those hoof chisels.
This is Chicago. You can't just dump it anywhere. It had to be brought somewhere. Yet there are no records of where the excavated material went. No dump sites are ever identified. There are no haul schedules, no quantities listed. All of this is undocumented. And so, like I said earlier, we have sent...
You deprogrammed yourself by reading about church history, Che? Nice. That's dope.
The Chicago History Museum an email. We want the records of construction. We want the proof. We want the receipt that their story actually happened. I said hello. I'm trying to locate the original architectural blueprints or construction drawings for the Holy Name Cathedral in Chicago, Illinois. And we are just getting started today. Welcome to episode 164 of my lunch break.
What are you talking about? We're 9 minutes in, and you're going to do 6 minutes of ads starting right now.
I hope you're all having a great day. And if you're new, welcome.
Buckle up, bitch. Shibba Shabba in the darkness. Here we go, boys.
Thank all of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to FlatEarthDave.com.
FlatEarthDave.com.
You can share your listen. News.org and grab.
He updated it? Ew.
Thomas.
No, where's the old one?
W.
What if Shibba Shabba's gone?
Octally. Lord Digital Sherry Fr.
Jesus
Brenna.
Christ, bro.
There are no Helena Funk, Once Upon a Time in Tartaria, Shibba Shabba in the Darkness. You guys are all awesome and helping this channel out a lot. Now we know that there are no foundation drawings or specifications when you search them. A stone cathedral, without a doubt, needs engineering foundations. Yet not a single published foundation drawing exists. No load-bearing calculations that would show all of us how this structure is standing properly today. There's zero documentation, and we all know it. So I'm going to press them, and I'm going to get them to admit it to the world. Again, I've asked for the original architectural blueprints or construction drawings for a palace that was constructed in the late 1800s, not thousands of years ago. And they are the ones telling all of us about these stories. They're the ones.
Dude, the Mormons had to have found that temple. Yeah, bro. They definitely did. It's like one of the prettiest ones, too. I haven't seen inside of it, though. The outside looks sick. Although it is a little... It's a little too white. I wonder what, like, St. Patrick's Cathedral looked like back in the day before it all got tarnishy. Maybe it was a little brighter.
It's about the fires, all of their remodels, and all of the updates about how it took them 16 months to construct a palace. They're the ones making these stories up, not us. We want the documents that prove it. Otherwise, we all want a disclaimer stating that everything they're telling us has zero evidence and it's unverified information. We ask them to please confirm whether your office holds these documents. We submitted this request to the Chicago History Museum. And we did this because the Chicago History Museum, they are the official repository for Chicago's built environment. The Chicago History Museum. This is where original architectural drawings, construction records, contractor documents, historic permits, institutional building files. This is where all of these files go. The Chicago History Museum. They absorb records after fires, after demolitions, and reorganizations. Chicago literally had all of this, especially with this structure, just like we read. The documents.
Damn, everybody's updating their game a little bit. You got Mind Unveiled rolling out a whole new look. Looks like my lunch break did too. Jeez Louise.
Would be how.
Look at us. We still got our same stupid purple background. Never changed it. And the font and the Cat Dad show thing.
By the Chicago History Museum. So when they replied back to us stating that on their end, I don't see that we have the original architectural drawings of this cathedral. And then they gave me search results that showed us pictures of a completed structure from 1902. And another picture of a ceremony from 1916, which we all know is 41 years after its supposed completion date. These pictures that they're sending us, they're not proof of any construction. They also sent me this link to a guide on how to research information within their collection, which is completely useless for our research. We don't need a guide. They also say here that they're going to be copying their research librarians to this email in case these other people can somehow find these.
Mormon Church, Salt Lake City. Yeah, dude, this one is fucking sick. It also kind of looks evil. Wait, is it on a lake? Or is this a big pond? This looks like a fucking auditorium, bro. What is this? This is like a side cutout of what it looks. Oh, this is the auditorium level. Oh yeah, and this is where they do all their secret shit, right? Is this ground level? No, right? Oh yeah, I've seen the secret. I've seen the fucking weird basement, Dude, these side cutouts of it are so odd. It's like they're trying to prove that there's nothing below it. Yeah, because we've seen that video of them breaking in. Yeah, this fucking thing. We've seen people take videos or some shit down there doing their weird rituals. Yeah. Little freak-a-leaks.
These blueprints and pull them out of nowhere. And this is when their librarian from the Chicago History Museum, they doubled down and emailed us back, stating that they do not have architectural plans for the Holy Name Cathedral. 0 architectural plans for one of the most incredible structures in Chicago, Illinois, from the 1800s.
Kind of crazy, I feel. You wouldn't have plans for a single one of these buildings? How, dude?
It was supposedly thrown together in a year by Donkeys Incorporated, the undocumented group of people that constructed palaces all over the world without a blueprint. They would be riding town to town, just lifting those stones into place perfectly, chiseling palaces with the donkey hoofs, and having 0 record of them ever existing. Besides right here on this channel, where we're gonna make sure that the world knows about Donkeys Incorporated. We all know it was you, and we thank you for all of your hard work. And thank you to all of our badge members. Thank you to all of our Patreons, and thank you to every single subscriber. And thank you for liking the videos as well.
Wait, what's the thing with Mormons and lemon water?
And sharing them with the people that you know.
Lemon water's awesome. What Mormons are like, oh, you're not allowed to have coffee. Here, drink lemon water. That'll satiate your hunger.
On YouTube, we're on Rumble, TikTok, Instagram, BitChute, and Spotify, if you're looking for even more content from us. We're also on eBay now. We're getting all the episodes on there in a physical format, and I'll be able to send it to you. Now, I emailed them back saying thank you for checking on this and sharing the links, which were not helpful one bit. But I want both of these people to double down. I want them to understand what they actually just said to me. I want them to understand what they said to all of us. Based on your review, is it accurate that the Chicago History Museum does not have any architectural blueprints, no construction drawings, no structural plans for Holy Name Cathedral in its collection? If this is correct, I just want to make sure that I had that clear. I also want to know if they have a basement, but I wanted to start off slowly with that and have them admit it. I said separately, I would love to see if the structure has a basement connected to the Chicago Tunnel Network. And let me know if you're aware, if it allows visitors to view historical materials on site. And for the 11th time, in this channel's documented history, we have now gotten yet another structure that holds 0, count it, 0, not 1, not 2, 0 documentation that proves that its story is actually true. No blueprints, no load-bearing calculations, no evidence at all, not a single piece of paper, not one ledger, not a drawing, just nothing. The Chicago History Museum states We do not have architectural plans for the Holy Name Cathedral. Nothing. And that story that we're told about this being the second structure there, it is now 100% unverified. Case closed. That building was there, and it is now repurposed, in my opinion. There's zero evidence that anyone ever constructed this in 16 months in 1875. But they put something shocking down here at the bottom. They're telling us that they've mapped out the tunnel system underneath Chicago. They have materials related to the Chicago tunnels, if we would like to pursue those. And so I clicked their link. I scrolled down and I noticed something shocking. I saw a file titled Map Showing Tunnels and Connections from 1929. A map of the tunnels and its connections underneath all of the old world buildings. I need to see this. So I replied back saying, I'm extremely interested in this item. I asked them, would I need to go there to view it? Or is there a way for them to make a copy for me and send it over? They replied saying that they don't make copies of maps, and we would need to pay a photographer to take photos of it. And that can get rather expensive. And that the easiest way is to just go there and view it.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to pay for this map because we need this map in the public domain. We don't need it hiding in the basement of another museum. This information is way too valuable to us. I'm going to be paying for a photographer to go take pictures of it. I told them we're in. I don't care what it costs. We want the documents. And so they replied saying, sounds good.
$1 million.
I'll work on getting the digital image processed and ready to order. Once it's available online, I'll follow up with more instructions on how to order and download the image. So at this point, I'm pretty sure that we all can see where this is going. Because all of these emails, this took place a few weeks back. And as of today, we now have the map in our possession. And I'm going to show you exactly where the tunnels connect to. We are going to see
It's the end of the episode.
if the tunnels go to the Field Museum. We're going to see everything. And then we're going to go there. We're going to go there to the public buildings that the tunnels connect to. And we're going to be asking these public buildings to go down into their tunnel network. And if that interests you, please hit that subscribe button because we are just getting started.
Fake timeline. Don't. Alright, frickin' boys. Alright, dudes. That's where we're gonna leave it today. Thanks for hanging out. We're off tomorrow, back Wednesday. I'm still not sure yet if I'm gonna do a late stream on Sunday or if I'm just gonna cancel. I'm doing a weekend like yoga thing. They're like, it's like an advanced asana course. It's like 8 hours on Saturday and Sunday. And I don't get done till 7 on Sunday. So I may take the night off. Or I may do a late 9/11 stream and then wrap. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. Not sure yet. I'll let you know. I'll let you know by Thursday. Cool. It's gonna be fun though. I'm excited. It's two of my fave teachers, and the whole weekend is advanced asana, so it's like there's one class that I take every week called Iyengar yoga, and it's like basically the teacher Nick, he'll take like one posture and we'll do the whole class just in that one posture, like keep going in and out of it and then tweaking one part of it and then adding another part and adding another part, which is cool. So I think it's going to be kind of like a whole weekend of that. They asked some of the postures that we want to try and get into too. Because, you know, when it's like a big class, it's kind of hard to like take individual time to like learn headstands and stuff. So I said I wanted to work on like headstand shit, but also Birds of Paradise is one of the harder things that I've been working on that I think I might be able to get close to getting soon. Dude, the Iyengar is really cool because it's not in a heated room. I mean, it's like warm, but it's not like hot, you know? And you're supposed to be able to try and do it, you know, with sweating not that much. It's supposed to be little effort, but it's also really fucking hard. We'll like hold like down dog for like 10 minutes sometimes. Just keep like pushing our hips up higher and higher, but I feel like that class has taught me more because I think you kind of just get thrown into the fire and you're just trying to keep up with a lot of yoga classes. But this class is really small too, which is nice. But yeah, the whole point is like tweaking one posture for the whole class until you like know it really well. And you can go into a really good expression of the pose. It's cool. But yeah, it's gonna be cool. But yeah, Iyengar is cool. If you've never done it, look into it. But yeah, it's nice. It is nice to do some yoga that's not heated, because then you can kind of, I feel like when you're a little less slippery too, it's nice to get into like, I feel like you can get into poses real solid. That's what it feels like anyway. But yeah, dude. Anyway, so that'll be fun. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, dudes, here we go. You ready? You prefer not heated yoga? Yeah, I think there's a time and place. Alright, here we go. Ready? Breathe in. And breathe out. Yeah, dude, that's this one. You get into a frickin' Warrior 2, then you bind under your leg, and then you bring your leg up to meet your front leg, and then you stand up and stick your fucking leg out. How cool is that? Breathe in. I can get this with my leg not quite as high and my back not quite as straight, and then my leg kind of goes this way, and I'm gonna get it up here hopefully this weekend. That'll be cool. All right, last breath. In and out. Alright, boys. A mythic end of stream meditation. Take a moment to settle. Let your breath be the key that opens the final portal of tonight. And inhale through the nose. A slow starlit stream. And exhale through the mouth. A comet releasing across the sky. Again, inhale moonlight. And exhale mystery. Damn, okay, Thoth. So Thoth's getting weird with it tonight. Now close your eyes if you'd like. You're not in your room anymore. You're floating in a soft, warm void. The velvet of deep space. Stitched with stars and laughing galaxies. Above you, the great loom of fate spins gently, weaving golden threads through the story of your life. You notice your thread is shimmering, glowing a bit more than usual. Why? Because tonight you remembered you're a myth in motion, a constellation walking on Earth. A shapeshifter of spirit, and story. Feel that. Feel your breath echo like ancient drums across time. Feel your body become a temple for starlight, soft and strong. And feel the support of everyone who joined you here. Other stars, other sparks, other seekers. Now take a final inhale. Receive the last drop of tonight's magic. Okay, Thoth. And exhale. Send it rippling out into the cosmos. Mushka. So even the sleepy moons and forgotten gods know. You were here. You laughed. You listened. You remembered. Now wiggle your fingers. Wiggle your toes. Come back gently. The veil will close. But only for now. You're welcome to pass through it again anytime. Thank you for being here. And thank you for being you. Stream over. Spell complete. Mushka, you wanna be on camera? Come on, show everyone. There she is. She's not a scared girl. She likes to get picked up. She's in freeze mode. Okay. Yeah. She just needs some booty pats and she's back to normal. Oh, boo-boo. Alright, dudes. Thanks for balling. We'll see ya on Wednesday. In the meantime, Paul, we got something for you. Here, can you hold this for me? On my mama.
This is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana.
To Nirvana, boys.
Be up because of drama. Now the drug is marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem.
Ooh, take your loss, Paul. You can't come back to this. Take your loss, Paul. Oh, get him, Mushka. Tell him. Tell him.
You can't go back to Tim.
Nope. And my breath and the mushies. Come on, Mushi.
Couple try to fuck me. I'm not basketball player size, but I'm handsome. Maybe Mendez will want
me for ransom. I don't have a bike, but I might take a job.
Something light, loving life, chilling with my
Headphones on. I asked Cat Dad how much a ticket cost. Didn't answer, doesn't matter, still your daddy and your boss. I'm my mama, bitch. And I'll take him to Nirvana.
Stacking commas, it be up because of drama. Now the drug is marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem.
Ooh, take your loss, Paul.
You can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul. You ain't a nitwitch. Take your loss, Paul. Take your loss, Paul.
You can't go back to Tim.
Nope.
This is day, Paul. This is L.
Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in the blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and squirted on himself.
Chilling on the couch,
chilling like JD Vance. If you really want to dance, Paul, is your chance, Paul.
You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off.
Oh, my mama.
This is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit.
Good night, dudes. See you not tomorrow. Wednesday. What we that comes, brother.
Take your loss, Paul. You can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul.
And protect your chin.
Love you, Paul. Love you, Thoth. R.I.P. Thoth. He's a real one. Oh, that's backwards. Here, Paul. Hold that.
You can't go back to Tim.
Hold this for us.
You can't go back to Tim.
Alright, dudes. Have a good night. Have a good mudra for burning feet. Alright, we'll see you Wednesday. Adios, dudes. Be safe. Have fun. Paul, Take your loss, you weirdo.